Alright, guys. Hello. Good evening. Welcome to a live stream of American Truck Simulator, episode 135. Man, crazy. The game is approaching its 10th anniversary in about 9 days. Monday, February the 2nd, will be the game's 10th anniversary. And yes, I will do, I might do multiple live streams of this game next weekend instead of just one because it's the 10th anniversary. But yeah, that will be in about a week. But tonight, if you read the title of the stream, this is a John Cena special where I'm going to be listening to someone talk about basically the career of John Cena in the WWE. Yeah, I've been wanting to do this for quite some time because I found this a couple weeks ago and I basically scheduled to do this tonight. Alright? So this will be a big stream. It's a series of videos of someone talking about his career. Alright? Why do I want to do this? Because I'm sure most of you guys know by now John Cena has retired last month. Actually, over a month ago already. So I figured I'd rather do this before the special 10th anniversary streams of American Truck Simulator. So basically, tonight will be a podcast, me listening to a wrestling podcast. I put it in the link, or not the link, I put the name of it in the description. It's called Notsam Wrestling. Okay, on YouTube. Actually, wait. I think, is it also on Sirius XM? Because sometimes it's on both. Let me check, because I have Sirius XM. Let's see here. This just popped into my head here. So yeah, remember last year I did one for Hulk Hogan because of his passing. He was like the biggest star in wrestling history. John Cena, whether you like him or not, he is just as big of a star, you know. So it'll be interesting for me to listen to this podcast. Okay, it's on YouTube, so that's cool. Alright, and I have a John Cena paint job mod, so I will be using that. So that'll be perfect. Hey, kitty, how you doing? You are the first one here. And I'm going to show you one more thing before I get started here. This right here is... Let me turn on the light. It's kind of dark. This right here is my very first WWE shirt from 2017. I got this in August of 2017, and the reason why I'm showing you this is because it has John Cena's face right there. Yep. And on the back has the dates of the events. So I went to, it's a house show. A house show means it's not televised. I'm sure you guys know where I live, the capital city of Louisiana. So maybe I can try and show you on here. It should say August 8/22. No, 8/26/17. Don't know if y'all can see that, but that is the date where I first went to a WWE event, and this is where I got this shirt at their merchandise. So, yeah, just wanted to show you that. All right. Oh, I also have a John Cena action figure. Let me go get that real quick. Be right back. So I got. I don't know if I ever showed y'all this, but I don't know if y'all know this, but I collected quite a bit of wrestling action figures. This is something that I got into for a while, and then I kind of stopped because I got a lot. Um, maybe I'll do a video of all my wrestling action figures, but I'll show you these two. It's John Cena. I got two John Cena action figures. Yeah. Um, here's the first one. This is young John Cena. This is from the ruthless aggression era in the early to mid 2000s. There he is. He's got his hat on. It's very tiny text, but it says "Word Life." Word Life. Yeah. He's got the chain. And this is back when he was like a heel, but everyone liked him as a heel. He was funny and entertaining. That was like everyone's favorite version of him. And it's a shame that he never brought back that character on his retirement tour. And it came with this shirt. I guess he used to, I guess for a time he wore this shirt. I took it off because you can see his muscular body. Yeah, even back then he wore those jean shorts. Well, these were like the long jean shorts, as you can see. Yeah. And then this other one that I got, this is like him recent years. With his new hairstyle. Yeah. What the heck are these black shoes he's got on? Yeah. Yeah, he wore like the weirdest looking shoes. Because a lot of wrestlers, they wear boots, but not him. Whatever works, I guess. So yeah, tonight is a John Cena special. Tonight is really, um, how do I say it? The right night for me to do this. Okay. By the way, I don't know if y'all watched today's WWE, but I was actually watching Saturday Night Live. They had a Saturday night, or not Saturday Night Live, Saturday night's main event. They had that on earlier, so after that show ended, I basically set up the game, the mod, the paint job mod, and the stream. So here I am now. Hey, T-Bone. That shirt is really, sick, right? Not slick. Oh, can I put the hat on his head? Can I put this hat on this other John Cena? Does it fit? It barely fits. No, I don't think. Well, how about backwards? It looked like it barely fits on his head because of his hair. Like, look at the hair difference. Look at this hair. His hair looks like it's spiky. Did he really look like that? Did he really have that hairstyle back then? Okay, why does his head look smaller in this one? Like the hat looks loose. The hat looks a little too big on this John Cena. What the heck? Actually, I think dang, he looks mean. He looks pissed off. Yeah, see? This is back when he was a heel. And now look, this is him. Recent years, he's all happy and smiling. Yeah. Alright, you guys get it now. Kitty says, it almost snow that close for you? Is it snowing in Florida? Yeah, can you believe it? It's already been over a year since it snowed for me. And I'm going to get like a very, very freezing weather tomorrow night into Monday morning. Maybe I'll do a video of that. Me going outside in freezing temperatures. But it'll be a nice sunny day, you know. Oh, hey, Derek Papino. I remember you. You're Johnny's friend, right? Who's my favorite wrestler of all time? That is a hard question. It's hard to pick one. But I don't really watch today's wrestling. I like watching the old pro wrestling because I find that wrestling more entertaining. And I watch it on a weekly basis. There was a lot of greats back then. But I mentioned I was watching some of Saturday night's main event. They had Randy Orton in the match. Randy Orton now he's a long time wrestler. He debuted in 2002, the same year John Cena debuted in 2002, and I think most people say that's John Cena's greatest rival against Randy Orton. They fought so many times. And yes, I did watch their match, their last match. It was at Backlash last year. It was in St. Louis, which is Randy Orton's hometown. I don't know if you know that, T-Bone. Yeah, Randy Orton's from St. Louis, like you. Hey, who doesn't like Randy Orton? He's 45 and he looks really good. He might go on until he's 50. Derek says, I mainly watch AEW and independent wrestling. You go to a few shows here in Nebraska. Oh, nice. Oh, so you're from Nebraska, like Johnny? Yeah, because Johnny's also a Nebraska fan, or he used to be. I don't know. I haven't. The last WWE show I went to was 2019 on television, and I sat pretty close to the ring, and I rewatched. I remember I rewatched the broadcast just to see if I can see myself on the camera, and I did. I found myself. Maybe I'll have to show you. Maybe I'll show you that one of these days. But yeah, that was really like the last pro wrestling event I went to. It's crazy, over 6 years ago. But yep, times have changed. I put on the shirt. Actually, that looks pretty good on him. Might as well wear it. It's long sleeves, perfect for the cold weather. So yeah. Oh, you and him actually met when you were in seventh grade? Oh, y'all. Whoa, y'all met in school. Well, that's cool. So y'all known each other for a long time. Some of my friends and I, we've known each other for a long time too from school, so that's great. This is how he wears his hat. He wears his hat like this. It'd be funny if I dress up like him and I do a video of his entrance and talk like him. You were never a huge Cena fan. Yeah, I wasn't either. I wasn't either. I know there was a time where a lot of people got sick of him because he became the top guy for many, many years instead of, you know, someone else taking over, I guess. But hey, I'm going to play that podcast of someone talking about his whole career in order. And I guess, what if he comes back? What if he faked his retirement? He comes back and he wins the Royal Rumble next weekend. Now that would be crazy. But yeah, I was never a big Cena fan. The thing is, 2017 was when I really got into watching it, but that was when he started to fade away in WWE. So, yeah, I know a lot of people grew up watching him, but I didn't. If I grew up watching it, yeah, I probably would be a Cena fan. I probably would be. So yeah, to be honest, I don't miss him. I don't miss him at all in the WWE because he's had so many success, you know. But there were some highlights that I like about him. I remember when he made his return in WrestleMania 40, and I was kind of laughing. I was kind of laughing when he came back. I think it's because of his hair. It's because of his hairstyle. You remember he used to have that buzz cut? Yeah. Alright, y'all. So, that's all I gotta say. I'm gonna mute my mic and start listening to this podcast from YouTube, Notsam Wrestling. So yeah, I've done this before, where I listen to a show or music while playing Truck Simulator. So I'll mute my mic and I'll open up the chat on my tablet and I'll try to respond to your messages. So yeah, that's it. Enjoy this gameplay. This will be a big stream, by the way, because it's 4 parts, and I think I'm going to listen to all 4 parts in pretty much one sitting. It's going to be about 5 hours. Yeah, I know, even though it's almost 10 o'clock, but that's okay. It's a Saturday night. People stay up late. That's why I'm doing this tonight instead of, you know, on a weeknight, you know. All right. And then after that, next weekend or about a week or so will be the special 10th anniversary streams. I said streams because I'll do more than one live stream of American Truck Simulator for its 10th anniversary. All right, so that is my announcement. T-Bone says, one of my friends from middle school always said John Cena was his dad. Wait, I think have you told me that before? No. I remember you said someone's dad is the Flying Dutchman. I remember that one. By the way, John Cena, he's not a father. He said he doesn't want to have children. I guess that makes sense because he's always busy, traveling so much. But yeah, what a life. What a career. Now I guess he'll be permanently doing Hollywood movies like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Alright, cool guys. So now it's time to get into this. So yeah, here we go. So yeah, I'm going to start listening to these right now. Maybe I'll do a big delivery, so I can, because I've been spending a lot of money on stuff, maintenance on my truck and stuff. So I might do one giant delivery. All right, that's it. Here we go.
Hey guys, Sam Roberts here with a very special edition of Not Sam Wrestling. Now, you know, there have been plenty of times that we've done specials kind of like this before, but never anything on this scale, never anything this big. To me, this year, by far, the biggest story in professional wrestling was the retirement of John Cena, the death of the John Cena character. And a lot of times here on Not Sam Wrestling, we've gone in depth and we've told the stories of certain characters or certain segments of their careers. But I think that one of the reasons that we're all so connected to John Cena as wrestling fans, whether we've been watching for 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or more, is because John Cena is the extremely rare case of a superstar who has hit the highest stratosphere that one can hit in the professional wrestling business, but is a character like that we can track from beginning to end all over the course of what is really a single WWE run from unknown to GOAT. The entire John Cena story is the story of one character that had a 23-year run in the WWE. John Cena is so unique because at times we loved him, at times we hated him, but we were really only indifferent about him for the first 6 months of his career, maybe. Other than that, he always made an emotional impact on us, and he continued to do so all the way to the end. We were so emotionally connected to this character that we still feel the feelings that we felt at the end of John Cena's run. The debate as to whether or not John Cena should have lost the way he lost will continue to rage on for years. And why is that? It's because we all care about John Cena so much. So why do we care about John Cena? To me, you've got to look at the story. And that's what we're going to do here with this multi-part special on Not Sam Wrestling. This is the story of John Cena. Is he the greatest of all time? How did he get there? Not just in the last month, in the last year, or even the last decade, but his entire run. This is a special Not Sam Wrestling series. It's called The Story of John Cena. And we start with part 1, Ruthless Aggression. On June 27th, 2002, Mr. McMahon introduced Kurt Angle to the WWE audience, who proclaimed himself the poster boy for ruthless aggression. You see, on the Monday before, live on Monday Night Raw, Mr. McMahon had entered the ring with the entire WWE roster surrounding him on the apron. And he asked a simple question. Who here has enough ruthless aggression to make the sacrifices, to reach for the stars, and to be a success? This was not just an in-character promo. This was a real-life rally speech for a WWE locker room in the afterglow of the Attitude Era. After losing The Rock, Steve Austin, Mick Foley, and other massive stars, Vince, not just Mr. McMahon, wanted to see ruthless aggression out of his potential new stars, wanted his stars to stand out from the pack. He wanted to find the next Rock or Stone Cold Steve Austin in that group. It was the start of a new era in the WWE. As the Shades of Grey promo marked the beginning of the Attitude Era, this is the promo that marked the beginning of the Ruthless Aggression era, an era that began at a time when the WWE had never had more success. They won a highly contested ratings war and bought out the greatest competitor that they had ever had. There was no viable national wrestling competition. However, they had also landed in a spot where the stars and stories that had given them that success, they were done on a full-time basis. And there really wasn't a ton on deck. Don't get me wrong. There was a ton of potential, but nobody ready to jump in to be the next true face of the company in the immediate. So when Kurt Angle, who had broken out in the Attitude Era as one of its biggest stars within only months of his WWE debut, stood on SmackDown, 3 days removed from Mr. McMahon's edict, he was positioned not to be the new face, not to be WWE, the new face, but to be the vehicle who would find the next face of the WWE. Kurt, at the time, was still kind of playing a character that was rooted in absurdity. This was the night that Kurt removed the literal wig that he was wearing, attached with headgear, Buddy Roberts style. He showed his bald head with pride. He bragged about his victories over Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker. This, I believe, was maybe arguably the promo where Kurt first went from your Olympic hero to what would become the wrestling machine. All of this was the context of the opportunity that Kurt offered when he laid out an open challenge to anyone who had the ruthless aggression to take on Kurt Angle. All of a sudden, upon hearing the challenge, an anonymous wrestler appeared, entering the arena to the SmackDown TV show theme song in red and black bike shorts with matching wristbands and boots and knee pads, looking like the start screen of a creator player in the WWE video game, with a tremendous physique and the pacing in both movement and speech of someone who had never been in front of an arena full of people before. The young man got in the ring, and he got right in Kurt Angle's face. Kurt asked the question we were all thinking: who in the hell are you? His response: I'm John Cena. Maybe the most hardcore of fans knew that this was a trainee that we had heard about in OVW, some guy that had been wrestling as the prototype in a WWE developmental class that also included Brock Lesnar and Randy Orton and Batista and Shelton Benjamin, all stars that we would get to know later. John Cena was, as I said, in incredible shape. But in a world of over-the-top characters and household names, he honestly couldn't have been less remarkable. When John announced his name, the crowd had no idea how to react, but they did so fairly quietly. The name John Cena at the time meant, well, nothing. Kurt asked what the one quality John had that made him capable of stepping up to the best in the business was. John delivered what would be the most important one line in his entire career, growling, "Ruthless aggression," and slapping Kurt Angle across the face hard and following it up with a double leg takedown and a clothesline over the top rope. Just like that, the match was on. John Cena versus Kurt Angle. John's first match in the WWE had begun, and it did so against a newly intensified, as I said, Kurt Angle. Cena would get the better of Kurt during the beginning of the match, and he lasted about 7 minutes before Kurt pinned him with a double chicken wing combination. Commentary put over how well John had done, and emphasis was put on the tenacity of this kid. Post-match, after the commercial break, John was congratulated backstage by Rikishi, by Billy Kidman, and by Farouk. All of a sudden, the three superstars, they split as The Undertaker, the WWE champion and well-known locker room leader of the WWE, approached. He looked at John and offered his hand, which John accepted, wide-eyed and shook. As the dead man walked away, John stared down at his hand as if he had been embraced by God himself, which in the 2002 WWE locker room, he kind of was. The results of this opportunity weren't necessarily immediate, but Kurt's words would go down to be prophetic. There have been a great number of people earmarked for success in the WWE, but only John Cena would be great enough to live up to this opportunity and to take it to its highest conceivable levels. The week after this all happened, also on SmackDown, John was in the same uniform but was now wearing green and white, which are Celtic colors. John decided that the way to ingratiate himself to the audience would be to wear the home team's colors in every town that they went, because there's nothing sports fans love more than a homer or a front runner. John was asked on television to meet Mr. McMahon in his office by Stacy Keibler, who was looking at John Cena with a certain gaze, almost signaling to the audience, "Women like this guy." After being signaled to the female audience as attractive, John would be put over by Mr. McMahon face to face as a Boston guy. That way the hometown crowd knew to cheer. Chris Jericho was in Mr. McMahon's office as Mr. McMahon was doing this at the time, and he took umbrage with John Cena interrupting him. Cena was put in a match with Chris Jericho after he slapped Y2J across the face in Mr. McMahon's office, much as he had done to Kurt Angle the week before for disrespecting him. Angle also mentioned John in a promo on TV, so clearly there was a good feeling about this kid. Multiple segments were used to say something about John Cena. And while Cena didn't beat Jericho, Chris won with his feet on the ropes. Cena was put over once again as taking Chris Jericho to the limit. For the second week in a row, John Cena was mentioned in multiple segments and given the opportunity to have a strong showing against a former world champion. WWE was using their television time to make sure the audience knew who John Cena was. By his third week on SmackDown, he was main eventing the show. He was teaming with The Undertaker in a match against Chris Jericho and Kurt Angle. Not only did Cena get a pin against Jericho, but the segment would end with The Rock running in. More on John Cena and his connection to The Rock a little bit later. Now wearing Steelers colors, because after all, they were in Pennsylvania, John would have a rematch with Chris Jericho, in which Jericho would get disqualified after a low blow and then jump John Cena post-match. This brought John Cena to his first pay-per-view, Vengeance 2002, where Cena would get his first WWE singles victory. On pay-per-view, live in front of the world, John Cena beat Chris Jericho. Batista, Randy Orton, Brock Lesnar, and Rey Mysterio were all in the middle of their WWE rookie years at the same time as John. And it was clear that Cena was high on WWE's radar as someone who may be the future of the company. Now that the foundation was laid for John to be perceived as a star, the run itself would begin. Cena would beat guys like Test and Rico, delivering promos, making references to Wolfmen and one who has as much wood as a woodchuck, if a woodchuck could chuck wood, promo that had big Roman Reigns suffering succotash vibes. The promos were not good. They came across as John following instructions from someone else. These promos radiated inauthenticity. It was almost like you saw the physique and you saw this guy performing and you saw the intensity. And then he started talking and you went, oh, never mind, I guess. In one match, he was teaming with Rikishi against the Reverend Devon and his deacon Batista when Batista turned on Reverend Devon. This was a pivotal moment that maybe we didn't realize was so pivotal at the time, because John Cena and Batista, the two young guys, they would eventually be headlining WrestleMania, both separately and a couple years after that against each other. But the longer the John Cena run was going, the more it felt like people weren't connecting with him. Unless he was paired with like an established talent like Rikishi, Kurt Angle, Chris Jericho. When he was just by himself, people didn't get him. Within 2 months of John's debut, he was losing singles matches to Reverend Devon in order to help build Batista, while Brock Lesnar, from his class, was WWE champion. Everybody in that OVW developmental class that he had been the top of earlier was very, very quickly passing him by. He was eating pins in tag matches. He was showing up less week to week on SmackDown and wrestling a lot on WWE's third-tier show, Velocity. As it turns out, his first pay-per-view match of 2002 was his only pay-per-view match in 2002. He actually did have a match with Brock Lesnar on a September episode of SmackDown, the first match between Brock and John, but it was maybe their least competitive match. And if you've seen Brock and John Cena, that's saying a lot. Cena would end up turning heel in a match with Billy Kidman for no particular reason. He smiled less. He used the ropes for leverage. He was kind of the same John Cena, but he sneered instead of smiling. It felt like this really wasn't going anywhere. The audience didn't connect with him more as a rule breaker than they did as a fan favorite. Until Halloween. Out of nowhere, John Cena was dressed as Vanilla Ice at a Halloween party being used as an interstitial on SmackDown. And John Cena, with a big silly wig on, started rapping. There's a story that's been told about the SmackDown roster being on tour and Stephanie McMahon, who ran creative at the time, hearing John Cena freestyle rapping on a bus or a plane or whatever it was that they were all on. Apparently, the wrestlers were just freestyling to pass the time, and as it turns out, John was really good at it. Steph heard about this, and she asked John to rap about the tuna that she was eating, and the rapping was good. I don't know about the tuna. She asked if he could do it on television, which, of course, he answered in the affirmative. And I suppose it matched it now with the infamous 90s rapper Halloween costume. But as October turned to November, the rapping didn't stop. In fact, the week after Halloween, John was still rapping on television. He was still wearing the same nondescript wrestling gear, which I guess is better than the Vanilla Ice Halloween costume. He still had the same bland music. He still looked like the guy that did not connect with the audience. But instead of cutting wrestling promos, he was rhyming them, all of them. But what made this different was his rapping was actually kind of good. Somehow, in an instant. I mean, literally from the first promo, authenticity came through in his words for the first time. It felt like it was really him, but it also felt different from anything else on television. There was nothing on Raw or SmackDown that was anything like this. He started throwing up what we would get to know as the word life horns. Maybe it's a W. He was compared to Vanilla Ice because he was a heel. Commentary was saying that he was lost in the 80s and that he was delusional. But I think as fans, we were all actually entertained by his rapping. There was a disconnect. The gimmick was clearly intended to be this corny white guy who thinks he's a rapper and is therefore making a fool of himself. On paper, it might have lasted a couple months, but that's simply not the way he came across on television. Commentary mocked him, but it sounded like they were behind the 8 ball because as fans, we were loving this version of Cena. He was funny. It was clever. Like I said, it was different. He also immediately started wrestling differently. He was working and selling in a way that was far more over the top, almost like he had spent a month consuming nothing but Jim Carrey movies and adopted all of those mannerisms. Instead of ruthless aggression, his intensity was now channeled into entertainment. He was selling every hit to the moon. He was interacting with the audience as a villain. He was being more of a chicken. And it was all starting to work. After about a month, his entrance music changed to like an 80s hip-hop instrumental, and his Tron was hip-hop graffiti inspired. Bull Buchanan was brought in to help John in his rivalry with Rikishi. Bull would be known as B squared or B2, depending on the week, and was John's muscle. Imagine being in the shape that John Cena is and was in and needing a big guy to fight your battles. But that was the point. And more importantly, John started getting audibly booed during his entrances. They were making noise. Finally, the audience cared about John Cena. They were looking forward to booing him when they came to the shows. You could hear it in the tonality. It gives me goosebumps thinking about how good John Cena was at this. He gave up his trunks that matched the home team of the town, and he wore hip-hop gear. He had this gimmick that was designed for the heel John Cena to look foolish, but he was amazing. He never quite had it on the mic until he started rapping. Then he was immediately untouchable. He would do rap-offs, but was considerably better than anyone else he was paired up with. They would have baby faces battle John Cena in freestyle competitions, and the baby faces were supposed to be cool. John sold every one of their lines like it was the most insulting and humiliating thing they could ever say. But no matter how hard he tried, we knew that Cena's bars were just better. By the end of the year, he was rapping his way to the ring every week, and every week it was different. Verses about the city or his opponent that were always insulting, were always edgy, and always very creative and clever. He was wearing a chain with a lock around his neck, bucket hats, tracksuits made of velour, and wrestling in long cargo shorts and wrestling boots. It was so outlandish and became more so every show. He also kept bringing up thugonomics. It was a totally different John, and he was leaned all the way in. Even his speaking voice started leaning into ebonics. Multiple segments on SmackDown were now happening regularly, doing guest commentary and keeping up the act. He was really, really good. Entertaining, funny, completely different. John would rap his way to the ring, and after every verse, B squared would yell, "Booyah!" John would start a rivalry with Los Guerreros and see John turn on B squared kind of out of nowhere. It was probably because as quickly as the act was evolving, "Booyah!" was becoming less and less necessary. Rodney Mack, a.k.a. Red Dog, would join Cena, but that would only last for a couple of weeks. Cena's career would move forward, and there would be basically no mention of him ever having a heater in his entire career. John would have another match with Brock Lesnar in 2003, which actually was competitive in the middle of the match after a punch from a chain-wrapped fist. Obviously, Brock still won, but John Cena looked good, and his Brock rap was great. John was written off TV with an injury, but would do pre-taped freestyles all targeting Brock Lesnar. In another pre-tape, he challenged any hip-hop artist to a freestyle battle at WrestleMania 19. Yes, he's rapping against Brock Lesnar as Brock is building up to the Kurt Angle match. Right before WrestleMania, John Cena returned to television, now coming to the ring to his own song, Word Life. This is basic thugonomics. And wrestling in boots that look like Adidas sneakers. Also, jorts. Cena is much more serious here. Still a heel, still using his chain wrapped around his fist, but now he is more intense. He debuts the attitude adjustment, not yet named the FU, but obviously a take on the F5. What's nuts about this moment is that for the first time, you can actually hear some Cena chants happening during the match. On the way to WrestleMania 19, Cena went after Lesnar in the locker room, which gave Kurt Angle an opportunity to take out Brock. This is a massive spot for John Cena. No, he's not going to the main event, but in the last segment of the go-home show for WrestleMania, he's in there with Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar. Now, as it turns out, apparently both Jay-Z and Fabulous were once scheduled to be a part of John Cena's freestyle challenge, but they both backed out. That's lore anyway. So John Cena basically did a rap battle directed at both against cardboard cutouts of Austin Powers and Mini-Me with Jay-Z and Fabulous heads on both of them. It ended up, I think, airing on Sunday Night Heat. But big surprise here, it was really good. The fact that no one showed up to face John Cena, along with the fact that he did well and the intensity that he now wrestled with, couldn't help but make you think, yeah, there's a babyface turn coming. John having no opponents made him seem more fearsome as a rapper and kind of made you have sympathy for him. Coming off of WrestleMania 19, John Cena is a star. He's a heel, but there are John Cena signs in every crowd. Cena is able to beat Eddie Guerrero, Undertaker with a lot of help, Benoit to face Brock Lesnar at Backlash 03, a match that Brock wins but is extremely competitive and leaves Brock bloody. It's pretty clear how well established John Cena is after this match. He's quickly become one of the top acts on SmackDown, either in fairly high-profile matches or being used to help lend credibility to newer talent, almost the way that Angle was for him. After a year on the roster, he calls himself the most respected veteran on SmackDown, which, of course, sets up a rivalry with The Undertaker. On the way to his match with The Undertaker, Cena is being used to push Kurt Angle and Big Show, Stephanie McMahon and Sable, Mr. McMahon and Zach Gowen, as well as his own match. He's literally building all four of these matches. This has to be peak heel John Cena. So obviously, when they get to their pay-per-view match, The Undertaker beat John Cena. This was at Vengeance. But to say he's on a roll would be an understatement. It was insanely competitive. The only thing not working right now at this period of time is John Cena trying to make an okay thing work. I don't remember exactly how he said it. He's getting bigger and bigger reactions. Next up, he starts a rivalry with Eddie Guerrero for the U.S. title, which was centered around him targeting Eddie and getting the best of him more than once. And at one point, even stealing Eddie's lowrider and very, very slowly driving away with it in reverse. The TV rivalry would culminate in Eddie and John having a parking lot brawl on SmackDown. Wearing iconic street fight gear, Eddie would beat John in a fight surrounded by parked cars after a frog splash from the roof of a truck onto the hood of a neighboring car. The automobile budget on this match was insane. At this point, Cena started also owning his patriotism and pushing forward the idea as a heel that he's SmackDown's biggest star, and thus he starts going after Kurt Angle as Kurt's rivalry with Brock Lesnar is wrapping up. This is where we realize what an absurd talent Kurt Angle is, as we get to hear Angle rap in response to John Cena, and it's actually better than any of John Cena's other babyface opponents were. Kurt would end up winning his match with John Cena after an ankle lock at No Mercy, but the match was competitive. More importantly, John was in a position where he was getting story-based pay-per-view matches that people actually cared about. You even were seeing John Cena t-shirts in the audience. Wins and losses at this point were not so important. John was involved with big stars, holding his own. And every time he touched a mic, his raps were some of the most creative things on the show. John started teaming with the A-Train. And on Halloween Eve 2003, exactly 1 year after he first showed up to TV rapping, Cena FU's A-Train after the Train blames Cena for a loss. He still does a little heel stuff after this. He has a match with Rey Mysterio the next week, but this really feels like it's the babyface turn. The crowd is now clearly cheering John Cena. They're chanting his name and actually like it when he beats Rey Mysterio after a low blow. He's in 2025 Dominic Mysterio territory here. And by the way, he beat Rey Mysterio. Did you get that? After the match, he turns down Paul Heyman's offer to join Team Lesnar at Survivor Series. At that point, he was attacked by A-Train and all of the giants on Team Heyman. And guess what? The turn is complete. John Cena is a babyface. He joins Kurt Angle, SmackDown's top good guy team at Survivor Series. Coming off of the pay-per-view, John Cena is in the main event of SmackDown, beating the Big Show with a lot of help from a downed referee and some steel stairs after getting in Mr. McMahon's face at the top of the show. Not only is Cena in segments with Mr. McMahon on the next show, he's in a backstage Thanksgiving segment in a pre-tape, what you are thankful for thing. He beats A-Train. And he's part of a tie finish in a number one contender battle royal. That's all one show. It's a lot of Cena. He doesn't get the number one contendership after a Big Show distraction, but his positioning is now clear. His rivalry with the Big Show continues as the Ragland Word Life merch line comes out. As if things couldn't get better after a low blow and a chain-wrapped fist, Cena FUs the Big Show, and he beats him at Tribute to the Troops. Then, of course, he does eat a stunner from a surprise Stone Cold Steve Austin, but Steve's really just there to drink beer and stun everybody. It's for the troops. On John's way to the 2004 Royal Rumble, he's in a rivalry with SmackDown authority figure Paul Heyman. John was eliminated from the Royal Rumble by the Big Show, and his rivalry with Paul Heyman continued. He gets Big Show and Kurt Angle so upset at him because of his rapping that they force Heyman to add Cena to a number one contenders match at No Way Out for WrestleMania 20. John, operating with a braced knee since the way he fell after being eliminated at the Royal Rumble, once again, he doesn't win. He doesn't become the number one contender, but he looks credible next to Kurt Angle and the Big Show at No Way Out. And it leads to a challenge for WrestleMania 20 for the Big Show's United States Championship. Going into WrestleMania, John Cena is just under Eddie Guerrero as top babyface on SmackDown. He was already the guy who would never stop fighting. Now, he's leaning into being the edgier top babyface, the guy who says controversial things, the rebellious babyface, the future of WWE, and one that you never saw coming. Big Show is Big Show, an unstoppable monster, the most dominant U.S. champ of all time in his own words. Did WWE know at that point that John Cena was destined to be the GOAT? No one could have known that. But he is the star that opened WrestleMania 20. The first wrestler to come to the ring on a show that was based in celebrating a milestone of WWE and where the company was going moving forward. Then now, forever. Madison Square Garden popped huge for John Cena and his opening rap at the historic event. And of course, in a career and era-defining moment, John Cena FU'd the Big Show to win his first championship in the WWE. John Cena was the United States champion. New York knew they were seeing something special. Sometimes you go to a show and you know you're seeing a forever moment. This was the feeling at Madison Square Garden, and the fans were completely behind it. The other interesting thing about WrestleMania 20 was that Brock Lesnar, who had come in at the same time as John Cena, had none of the growing pains that John Cena did. He was handed the world at the same time that John Cena was, but Brock was able to use absolutely all of it immediately. As Cena was finally getting to that spot where he was just figuring it all out, Brock was already a former world champion. However, Brock Lesnar had decided that WrestleMania 20 was going to be his last match in the WWE. In the same time that Cena had finally won the crowd over, Brock decided he was done with pro wrestling altogether. Of course, more on Brock Lesnar and John Cena later. But Lesnar, leaving the WWE, left them with yet another hole, and a hole that WWE thought that they had only just begun to fill with Lesnar himself. Cena started coming into his own after WrestleMania 20. He started beating heels regularly, almost as if it was an exhibition. He unfairly lost the Great American Award, with the prize being a shot at the world title by SmackDown GM Kurt Angle, because who better to present the Great American Award? This not only pushed those anti-authority John Cena vibes, with Kurt Angle being the authority, but it also planted the idea of what if. What if? What if John Cena was the number one contender? What if John Cena was seriously considered for the WWE Championship? Reactions kept getting bigger for John Cena week by week. John started a TV rivalry with a new member of the SmackDown roster post-draft, Rene Dupree. Cena beat Dupree at Judgment Day competitively, and on the SmackDown after, Dupree won a match by countout. Cena finally won a lumberjack match against Rene as a wheelchair-bound Kurt Angle looked on a perch on an elevated, insane stage outside the ring. It was an incredible visual, absolutely absurd. Cena's battle with establishment continued, as did his leaning into patriotism and pro-military, which would become character and career staples for John Cena. The anti-authority stuff for him is really interesting. Looking back, it's almost as if efforts were being made to figure out what a top guy was in a post-Attitude Era world. Steve Austin's rebelliousness was rooted in an authentic idea that the bosses never viewed him as a top guy. His rise was truly audience-driven. The Rock had a similar thing. While he was slated to be a top guy, it was as Rocky Maivia, not The Rock. John Cena's story is not dissimilar in terms of how he, too, had to change for an organic rise. The difference is that the machine became aware of Austin and The Rock, of that rise, and they attempted to manufacture it in John Cena. Booker T would get wrapped up in Cena's rivalry with authority figure Kurt Angle. Kurt would put Cena in a match with The Undertaker, in which Undertaker would take an FU while the ref was down. Of course, The Undertaker would go on to win, and while Cena was still not done with Booker T or Rene Dupree, he'd also get under the skin of newcomer Kenzo Suzuki, and he'd also find himself in trouble with Kurt Angle's muscle, Luther Reigns. What's interesting is that between Kenzo Suzuki, Luther Reigns, and Rene Dupree, John Cena was already in a position that he had been on the other side of only 2 years before. John Cena was now the established name being used to introduce new talent to the SmackDown audience. Kurt Angle would strip John Cena of the U.S. title for knocking him over in his wheelchair, but even so, John Cena started to lean into the catchphrase, The champ is here. At that point, Kurt Angle got fired as SmackDown general manager when they realized that Kurt Angle had been lying about his injuries. There was no reason for him to be in that ridiculous wheelchair from the beginning. But before Kurt Angle was fired, he had not only stripped John Cena of the U.S. title, but he had handed that United States Championship to Booker T. Mr. McMahon came out and appointed a new general manager of SmackDown, Teddy Long, playa. Teddy decided to make an 8-man elimination match with John Cena, with Booker T, with Rene Dupree, Rob Van Dam, Billy Gunn, Kenzo Suzuki, Charlie Haas, and Luther Reigns, so that they could declare a true United States champion, not just one that Kurt Angle handed a title to. However, Booker T was able to sneak in at the very end and win that match. John Cena was able to beat Rob Van Dam to become number one contender once again for the United States Championship. Also, in a forgotten part of John Cena, this is the era that he comes to the ring with inflatable sticks that he kind of smacks together and then he gives to kids. He also keeps talking about doing big business. It's fascinating to see these forgotten elements of the John Cena character that didn't quite click the way the others did. A best-of-5 series starts with John Cena against Booker T for the undisputed United States Championship, with match number 1 being at SummerSlam and that one being a John Cena victory. There's a real effort here to get back to John Cena being in the position where he's fighting for that title, where there is something for people to get behind and root for John Cena to do. I think it's also a way to keep people behind John Cena without putting him in the world title position, which WWE is not yet ready to do here. On this road, John Cena also ends up teaming with Rey Mysterio, 21 years before he would do so during his final appearance on Monday Night Raw. John Cena eventually would win the United States Championship back by beating Booker T at No Mercy. It's actually great seeing this best-of-5 series that lasted nearly 2 months, as both wrestlers had other matches and did other and different segments while the best-of-5 series was happening. It wasn't just John and Booker one-on-one every single week, and I think that kept it fresh. Of course, as soon as he wins back the United States Championship, the next SmackDown newcomer, Carlito, showed up and interrupted John Cena. Again, John Cena was being used to be interrupted and to add credibility to a new superstar on SmackDown. The Carlito-John Cena rivalry, to me, is the most memorable of John Cena's United States title reign. I was a fan of Carlito immediately. And honestly, looking back, John Cena has a lot to do with it. Upon Carlito's debut, the promo segment leads to a main event match on SmackDown immediately. And on Cena's first SmackDown with the United States Championship back, Carlito wins it from John Cena, with John Cena's own chain wrapped around Carlito's fist. It's a huge victory for Carlito, who is now not only the United States champion, but he begins wearing John Cena's chain as his own necklace. Honestly, it was kind of deflating for John Cena. The loss, though, was used to write John Cena off television for a while, as a claim was made that John Cena was attacked at an after-hours club in Boston and received puncture wounds to the kidney. Yes, not only had John Cena lost the United States Championship, but he was then apparently stabbed in the kidney. Michael Cole did assure us on SmackDown, however, that it looked like John was going to be able to save his kidney. Coincidentally, John in real life was able to use this time off to film the movie The Marine, so I'm glad his kidney maintained throughout that. About a month later, John Cena returned with revenge on his mind, looking towards Carlito and Lito's new bodyguard, Jesus. On his first night back, John Cena was able to get his title back from Carlito, who now had a shoulder injury himself. After the match, however, Jesus attacked John Cena in his previously punctured kidney in a manner that was so vicious, John Cena had to be taken out of the arena on a stretcher. By the way, John Cena was much more angry here, much more intense, He wasn't having fun. He was out for revenge. John Cena was off TV for another few weeks after he was stretchered out, but when he returned, it was at the Armageddon pay-per-view, debuting the classic Ruck Fools t-shirt and merch line. But far more importantly than the merch was, for the first time, John Cena was wearing his very own United States Championship title. He debuted the U.S. spinner belt. Little did we know how far this would go, but it was a big moment. Not just a custom plate or a custom strap, but a full redesign of the belt just for John Cena. And probably because it was the U.S. Championship, most people didn't really take issue with the redesign. It fit John Cena's character, which was getting bigger and bigger. Another interesting thing was that this match felt personal. Cena had his serious, dangerous eyes, something that we'd see later on, but we hadn't really been exposed to before. Come to think of it, I wonder if he learned that on the set of The Marine. John Cena is a true and serious threat in this match, and he easily beats Jesus in a street fight in which he retains his United States Spinner Championship. John is a little less silly and a little more serious, ironically, once he debuts that spinner belt. He goes both feet into potentially being a top babyface by naming his fans the Chain Gang, and says that they do everything together. Very Hulkamania vibes. He then does something that we may revisit. He offers an open challenge for the United States Championship. Except now, instead of having competitive mid-card matches, he's destroying heels like Rene Dupree and Kenzo Suzuki. Any tongue-in-cheek has officially left John Cena. 2005 is clearly where he and WWE get serious about the John Cena business. Around the beginning of 05 is where Cena is telling people, if they want some, come get some. John spends so much time establishing his relationships with the audience. He's grown leaps and bounds. And then came the Royal Rumble. At the now infamous 2005 Royal Rumble, the former Deacon, now Raw superstar Batista, was in the final two of the Rumble match with John Cena. Batista got Cena up for a Batista bomb, but started moving backwards towards the rope and somehow completely lost balance. And inexplicably, John Cena and Batista both fall over the top rope and legit land at the exact same time. The referees are at first confused. A ref declares Batista the winner. Then a SmackDown ref comes over and declares John Cena the winner. The referees that are representing the two brands are both choosing their respective brand superstars. And as they're bickering, that's when Vince McMahon power walks down the aisle like no one you've ever seen before. So much so that he tears both of his quads upon getting in the ring, and his legs completely buckle beneath him as he's sitting flat on his butt, back against the ropes with his legs splayed out. The referees and wrestlers are bickering. Batista throws John Cena over the top, but John Cena gets back in and throws Batista over the top. Then finally, Howard Finkel gets on the mic and announces that Mr. McMahon has ordered that the match be restarted. Cena and Batista are clearly calling it on the fly here, as Batista escapes an FU, hits a spine buster, and dumps John Cena over the top rope. Batista wins the Royal Rumble. Coming out of the Rumble, Cena acknowledges the controversy, but then he moves on. By the way, he's fully doing the Jada Kiss at this point. And a shout out to Ricochet. Theodore Long announces a tournament that will take place on SmackDown to determine who will go to WrestleMania to face the WWE champion, as Batista is a Raw superstar. And John Cena, well, John Cena will be involved. JBL says that John Cena has ruined the United States Championship and that John will never get a shot at his WWE title. This was the story behind John Cena, as it looked more and more like Cena was who WWE was going to go with. Everything that made him different started to be pointed out. The things that made him unconventional were pointed out by heels and people that were stuck in the past. It made it so that Cena came across as revolutionizing what we knew about pro wrestling. He was not just the new face of WWE. He was the face of what the industry was going to look like moving forward. They embraced the fact that John Cena was different from anybody who had come before him. Much like the idea that some of his rebelliousness was machine-made, John being different laid the foundation for what would later become polarizing. There were young fans that loved that there was something different, that wrestling could be new for them. But there were also a lot of fans that had been watching wrestling all their lives and that weren't stopping. There were a few fans that deep down felt the same way that JBL felt. They were so dug into their tradition that they didn't want things to change. John Cena was able to defeat Orlando Jordan, Booker T, and Kurt Angle to get the opportunity to face JBL for the WWE Championship at WrestleMania. John Cena at this point is absolutely SmackDown's top babyface, and by the way, still the United States champion, at least until he has a match with Orlando Jordan. After interference from all of JBL's cabinet and JBL himself knocking John Cena out with the WWE Championship, Orlando Jordan pinned Cena to become the U.S. champ. Cena is, of course, now on the warpath, going after JBL and his entire cabinet on the way to WrestleMania. JBL also cuts some insane promos about John Cena's family and his mother on the way there. But Cena is not allowed to touch JBL before the match. He does destroy JBL's limo, though, and fills up JBL's hat with water, and even spray paints JBL himself in a debate segment because JBL had to physically provoke John Cena. If that were to happen, Cena would have been able to hit back. Cena was clearly on the road to the WWE Championship now, and losing the United States title had only freed him up to do it. On the go-home show before WrestleMania, JBL had John Cena arrested for what John did to his car, but John, he gets out in time, and it happens. At only the second WrestleMania he competes at, John Cena walks in and beats JBL for the WWE Championship. There's a true reaction to Cena winning his first WWE Championship. The FU comes out of nowhere after ducking a clothesline from hell. The people cheer, but during the match is the first time that you really start to hear some reactions that will later become polarizing. Still, huge deal. Cena showed up to SmackDown in San Diego after WrestleMania with throwback gear on that looks a lot like the Padres-themed Survivor Series gear with the WWE Championship. He's got a giant chain gang medallion on. And there's a new feeling like, wow, like this really happened. They really went for it. Cena is now the top guy on SmackDown. After beating JBL, who is champion, had gone through Eddie Guerrero, The Undertaker, The Big Show. John Cena's moment on SmackDown is simply a rah-rah moment before he and JBL had held the title, a heel. Eddie had it briefly, and before that, it was Brock Lesnar. It had been a very long time since a babyface people's champion had been the top guy. But at least on SmackDown, we were back. 10 days after winning the WWE Championship, John Cena came to SmackDown and discovered that JBL had stolen the WWE title because John Cena had left it laying around. JBL also took John Cena's box, but when he opened it, he found animal guts. That's when history was made. And from the ceiling, John Cena's new championship was lowered. The old championship was left around on purpose. The new championship was John Cena's title, the spinner belt. Hideous, chunky, gaudy, a belt that could only fit John Cena and cemented the branding point that we have never had a champion like John Cena. The spinner belt would be symbolic for the next 20 years of John Cena. You either loved it or you absolutely hated it, but you always had something to say about it. It was the piece, the physical form of John Cena changing wrestling. By now, John had switched over to Your Time Is Up, My Time Is Now from Word Life as his entrance music. At WrestleMania 20, Madison Square Garden was completely with him. In 2005, as champion, when SmackDown was there, he still had the women and children, but not all the men. There was a minor contingency that was there to boo Cena, but it was for sure a minor contingency. The Cena push was on. John Cena's music album came out with the debut of the Bad Man music video. His promos were all about rallying the fan base behind him. He was doing more and more promotional appearances and having those promotional appearances highlighted on television. He was back to beating heels, both of the Basham brothers, and beat JBL in an I Quit match at Armageddon. Just under 3 years after first debuting for the WWE on SmackDown, on the June 6, 2005 edition of Monday Night Raw, Chris Jericho, the same Chris who had been John Cena's first real rival, his first pay-per-view opponent, his first big victory, announced on Monday Night Raw that the first draft pick was there to attempt to make as impactful a Raw debut as Jericho had when he interrupted The Rock. That's when John Cena's music hit, and out he came to a massive reaction. Raw was pretty well established as the A show, and as John Cena walked on to Chris Jericho's highlight reel, Cena was officially there to take over championship duty. Raw's heavyweight champion Batista was going over to SmackDown. John Cena was now the champion of Monday Night Raw. Chris Jericho would show massive enthusiasm with John Cena being added to Raw, but his enthusiasm, as it turns out, was feigned. Christian was the first person to confront John Cena, and therefore GM Eric Bischoff made him the number one contender, Christian, which upset Chris Jericho. But as it turns out, instead of being mad at Christian, Jericho attacked John Cena, turning on him to enter the title picture. Jericho turning on Cena this early in his Raw run would take them to vengeance in a triple threat with Christian, where Cena was able to retain after an FU to Christian. Cena's story with Jericho continued on to SummerSlam, where he retained once again in a one-on-one match with Jericho. His positioning was clear. Even before SummerSlam, he was on a team with Hulk Hogan and Shawn Michaels for a tag match within a month after getting on to Raw. He continued his anti-authority ways by feuding with Raw general manager Eric Bischoff early on as well, but Eric was the victim of far more FUs than any SmackDown GM ever was. Eric tried to put John Cena in unwinnable positions continuously. When Cena didn't accept Eric Bischoff's help, wouldn't be an Eric Bischoff guy, Eric brought up Cena's working class, everyman background as a negative. Again, trying to create the everyman fighting against his overbearing boss. Cena wasn't just facing wrestlers like Jericho. It was Eric Bischoff and the administration that he was fighting. He faced Jericho one last time in a You're Fired match for the WWE Championship, where Bischoff fired Jericho for losing to John Cena and had him carried off by security. Just as Jericho had been there to help bring John Cena in the first time on SmackDown, his last action during this WWE run was cementing John Cena on Monday Night Raw. As we move cyclically, Kurt Angle would join the Raw roster and surprise John Cena by attacking him after the Jericho match. Angle's feud with Cena would be reignited. Again, the ghosts of Christmas past, now there to make John Cena a true top guy. After attacking John Cena on Raw, Kurt would get a disqualification victory over him at Unforgiven, where Cena would not tap out to the ankle lock, no matter how much Bischoff demanded him to do so. Super Cena was being built. At the same time, they were clearly trying to recreate an Austin McMahon relationship between Cena and Bischoff. But what made Cena stand out to begin with was the fact that he was supposed to be different. He wasn't supposed to follow a playbook that had been written by another superstar. Both Kurt Angle and Shawn Michaels, after HBK won a fan vote against Kane and Big Show, would face John Cena in a triple threat match at Taboo Tuesday, where John Cena would pin Shawn Michaels. At Survivor Series, Kurt Angle got his singles pay-per-view match for the title. Kurt leaned in to how real he was, how dangerous he was. It was almost a battle of who is the realist between Kurt Angle and John Cena. Daivari stepped in as Kurt Angle's own personal referee, but even with the odds stacked against him, John Cena retained the WWE Championship. It helped that Cena beat up Daivari, who wouldn't disqualify him because he wanted to make sure that Kurt Angle won the title. Kind of very clever play on that. They actually ended up beating up 2 additional referees before Charles Robinson was the one that eventually counted the 3 on Kurt Angle after an FU. John's career was moving lightning fast now. Being a part of Raw was completely different from his time on SmackDown, and there was a clear difference on being the champion between the 2 brands. Being the champion on SmackDown meant just that. When John Cena was champion on Raw, it was clear he was the WWE's top guy. John Cena was next made to defend the WWE Championship at the Elimination Chamber at the 2006 New Year's Revolution pay-per-view against Carlito, Chris Masters, Shawn Michaels, Kane, and Kurt Angle. Cena started the match in the ring with Shawn Michaels. If you listen closely, again, interestingly, some light Cena sucks chants were ringing out, but they were more chanting for Cena. When almost poetically, a bloodied John Cena rolled up Carlito for the final elimination, the crowd loudly cheered. However, the chamber was not the end of the night. After the Elimination Chamber match, Mr. McMahon came out to No Chance in Hell to announce that the night wasn't over and told them to raise the cage. Mr. McMahon congratulated John Cena, but he announced that there would be one more match. He announced that the Money in the Bank briefcase was going to be cashed in immediately, at which point the man who won the Money in the Bank briefcase at WrestleMania 21, Edge, appeared with Lita. This was the very first cash-in of the Money in the Bank briefcase. Its presentation with Mr. McMahon was completely atypical to what Money in the Bank cash-ins would become. In hindsight, we may not have even realized cash-ins could happen after a match like this, but the result was the same as it nearly always would be going forward. A bloodied John Cena kicked out of a spear from Edge, leaving people worried that this would be another superhero victory for John Cena, but it wasn't to be so. After a second spear, Edge ended the WWE title reign that had begun for John Cena at WrestleMania. And after over 8 years in WWE, Edge finally became the WWE champion. Soaking in the moment, spinning the logo on the front of John Cena's custom-made championship. At the same time as becoming champion, Edge started what many still believe is the greatest rivalry in all of John Cena's career. Only the second man to wear that spinner title. The first question was, will he get a new one? Well, we're going to leave it there for now. This, I believe, is the story of John Cena, going from unknown to WWE's next top guy. What would it look like when John Cena truly was the top guy? Would he be able to maintain it? Would he be able to keep it all up? We're going to talk about all of it right here when we are back with part 2 of the story of John Cena. The champ is here. Hey guys, it's Sam Roberts. Welcome to a special edition of the Not Sam Wrestling podcast. You know, a lot of times on the podcast here and there where it makes sense, I love doing deep dive breakdowns. I love breaking down a character or a character arc, a story, a period of time. And with John Cena retiring from WWE, there might be nobody more appropriate to do kind of a tribute, breakdown, story style podcast of John Cena. But the fact is, one of the things that makes John Cena so unique, and one of the reasons that we, I think, connect to him the way that we do and that we're so emotionally tied to him, is he's one of the very few superstars, especially top guys, who the whole journey of their entire career is all the story of the one character. It all follows one arc across WWE TV. And if you're watching WWE TV, you got to see the beginning, middle, and end of it. There is no way for me that I can tell that story inside of one podcast. So this is a multi-part series called The Story of John Cena, and I welcome you to part two of a special series by Notsam Wrestling, The Story of John Cena. In episode 1, we covered the debut, the rise, and the crowning of John Cena as WWE champion. Today we talk about what happened next. Cena was established as Monday Night Raw and thus WWE's top superstar. He had gone from goofy rapper character to serious, just keep fighting working man's hero. He had battled with most of the authority figures put in front of him, as well as some of the best WWE superstars of all time, and he had come out on top. But after successfully defending the WWE Championship in an Elimination Chamber match at WWE's New Year's Revolution 2006, Edge became the first superstar to cash in the Money in the Bank briefcase and the first superstar to end a John Cena WWE Championship title reign. Now we look at John Cena as an established guy, a top guy, John Cena, a John Cena that had not only lost the title, but was starting to lose some of the older male demographic of his fans. This is part 2 of the story of John Cena. The champ is here. John Cena showed up on Raw after New Year's Revolution, trying to process what exactly had happened. He had beaten JBL at WrestleMania. He'd been drafted to Raw. He had gone through Chris Jericho, Kurt Angle, and Elimination Chamber. And now Edge, with a Money in the Bank stipulation that nobody had ever even seen before, had ended the reign of the champion that was meant to identify the modern age of WWE. Edge would be looked at as the ultimate opportunist after this move. John, in his post-title loss promo, would acknowledge that there are members of the audience that they thought that he sucked. However, he was embracing the chain gang that were still riding with him. The boos that John Cena were getting audibly they were more bassy. They were adult male sounding. And the cheers were far more high-pitched, the women and children. John didn't rap anymore. John didn't make crude jokes. He didn't push the line past what may or may not be acceptable. It seemed like John didn't want to be someone who the children cheering for him couldn't watch. The ruthless aggression era was very quickly moving into the PG era, and John was going to be the top guy of that era. He let the people who were drinking haterade know that they could kiss his ass. His words, not mine, as he let the world know that he was ready to cash in his own clause, not the Money in the Bank clause, a rematch clause. Edge, on the other hand, became the antithesis of John Cena. While John Cena was the hardworking, now more family-friendly, real guy that made it on his own, Edge was not only the ultimate opportunist, he became the rated R superstar. In a world where WWE and John Cena had gone PG, Edge was there to be the absolute villain, and he jumped into it with both feet. Edge pushed himself, not as the toughest or the strongest, but the smartest superstar to win the WWE Championship. Of course, that would be put into question when when Edge went a little bit beyond R-rated and started his title reign with Lita in an ill-fated live sex celebration. Yes, this was on television, on Raw. Celebration ended when John Cena made his presence known. Edge retreated the ring, and John Cena stripped the sheets of the bed that was in the middle of the squared circle, only to find an underpants-clad Lita, who then found herself on the receiving end of one of John Cena's FUs. You know, regular good guy, bad guy stuff. John would end up winning his title back from Edge less than a month later at the Royal Rumble pay-per-view, though their story would be far from over. At the Rumble, John had this insane entrance for his match. It was an elevated catwalk that featured confetti cannons that was lowered from the ceiling. It was the visual representation of the machine being behind somebody. Not only was he doing his entrance in midair, he shot the confetti out of the cannons as he walked to the ring. John's tap-out victory over Edge would be the beginning of Cena's road to WrestleMania as the defending WWE champion. After Rey Mysterio won the Royal Rumble and chose to face the SmackDown Heavyweight Champion, a tournament was held on Raw to determine the number one contender for John Cena's WWE Championship. Triple H would win that tournament by beating Ric Flair and then RVD and Big Show in a triple threat to make the match for WrestleMania 22, John Cena versus Triple H for the WWE title. Triple H was John Cena's highest profile opponent yet. Triple H was pushed as one of the best living wrestlers on the planet, whereas John Cena was accused of being a flash in the pan. This match would be about John Cena proving that he actually belonged, that he wasn't a transitional champion, he wasn't a short-term gimmick. John was accused of being a Rocky Balboa type by Triple H, but one that, as he put it, wasn't a very good wrestler. Triple H treated WrestleMania like it was going to be a cakewalk. He was full into his King of Kings era, and he portrayed John as an underdog. And John overall was portrayed as an underdog, even though he was the one walking in the defending champion. At WrestleMania, Triple H came to the ring looking like Conan the Barbarian as he stepped off of his literal throne. John Cena was ushered out by 1920s era Chicago gangsters, one of which was a pre-debut CM Punk, who we'll get into later. John dropped his Tommy gun and trench coat and walked to the ring with his spinner title, defending it with his oversized jorts and patented Reebok pumps on. Confused children wearing Hustle, Loyalty, Respect shirts looked on as grown men booed John Cena furiously. However, everybody witnessed the same thing. Triple H surprisingly tapping out to the STFU and John Cena celebrating a win in his first WrestleMania main event. Triple H was looking for a rematch after that with John Cena at Backlash, but Edge, who had defeated Mick Foley in a classic hardcore match at WrestleMania, was also looking for a shot. In different multi-person matches, Cena, Edge, and Triple H would all succumb to each other's finishes, and a triple threat match was made for Backlash. Cena got booed again going into the match, as was now kind of happening regularly. It was being brought up in Cena's promos. Commentary would regularly point out the polarizing nature and the ability to draw emotion from the crowd that John Cena had. At the end of the match, a blood-soaked Triple H would hit John Cena with a low blow. He'd go for the pedigree, but John Cena would counter it and just turn it into a roll-up, pinning Triple H to retain his WWE Championship. Upon realizing that he'd lost the match, Triple H knocked everyone, including the referee, out with a sledgehammer. After Backlash, Mr. McMahon would attempt to make John Cena the victim of the Spirit Squad, of all people, but that ultimately led to Triple H actually turning babyface and the reunion of DX. John Cena, on the other hand, continued on as WWE champion as a third brand was being reborn in WWE. And yes, it's reborn, because I'm talking about ECW. At ECW One Night Stand in 2006, instead of WWE promoting an ECW reunion show, as they had done in 2005, WWE used it as the beginning of the revival of the brand. ECW would become a weekly TV show for the WWE, featuring former ECW stars and some current WWE stars switching brands, as well as including up-and-comers on ECW. One Night Stand was a really, really special show. It was not just a celebration of ECW's past. It was this reality that ECW fans looked at as we were getting our company back. We were getting our show back. And it was main evented by Rob Van Dam, arguably at the peak of his popularity, against John Cena for the WWE Championship. Without exaggeration, John Cena walked into the most aggressive, hostile, angry environment from an audience perspective that he would ever walk into. There was a feeling in the air that we could see something really special. There was also a feeling that we may see the building get torn down if we don't. As John Cena entered that Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City, a building that had been a home to ECW in their later shows, their later months, Cena was flooded with boos. Middle fingers were everywhere. An iconic sign was draped off the balcony that said, "If Cena wins, we riot." John Cena shadowboxed in the ring, acknowledging the fight he was in was not just with RVD, but with the audience as well. As he threw his t-shirt into the crowd, something that he did to start every match, the crowd did something that they had not done before. They threw it back, and then they threw it back again. No less than 5 times did John Cena throw his shirt to the crowd, only for them to throw it right back. The last time, somebody rubbed their backside with it. F you Cena chants scored the match as toilet paper was thrown into the ring from the crowd directly at John Cena. As the "you can't wrestle" chants hit John Cena, this ECW rules match truly felt like classic ECW. Cena fought fire with fire, wrestling aggressively, not worrying about whether what he was doing was pleasing fans or not. He was using a chair. He was using steel stairs. And just as John Cena FU'd Rob Van Dam to the outside of the ring, a man in a motorcycle helmet and a leather trench coat showed up and speared John Cena directly through a table. He ripped the helmet off and revealed himself to be the rated R superstar, Edge. As Cena lay motionless, Rob Van Dam hit his 5-star frog splash and covered John Cena, at which point Paul Heyman emerged, running down the aisle to take the place of the downed referee and counted 1, 2, 3. Unbelievably, Rob Van Dam beat John Cena and was crowned the ECW champion as he had just won John Cena's WWE championship. Cena's rivalry with ECW was not done. He showed up on the first episode of ECW TV to try to take out both Edge and Paul Heyman. He then beat Balls Mahoney on an episode of Raw, only to be attacked by Sabu after the match. This post-One Night Stand story is really used to show the aggression that John Cena was capable of. He was meeting ECW on their terms, and he was showing the audience what it looks like to see John Cena fight. John Cena's loss to Rob Van Dam changed him into somebody that was far less worried about getting their hands dirty. At the Vengeance pay-per-view, Edge would lose a WWE title match to Rob Van Dam, but John Cena would make Sabu tap out to the STFU in an Extreme Lumberjack match. John would get his rematch against Rob Van Dam the next night on Raw, but Edge would interfere. The next week, a triple threat match was made. And after John Cena FU'd Rob Van Dam, Edge knocked John Cena out with the championship, and he pinned Rob Van Dam. The ultimate opportunist was once again WWE champion. Edge won, as Rob Van Dam would go away and deal with a real-life suspension at the absolute worst possible time in his career. Now we can get into it. The real 2006 Edge and John Cena rivalry. John said the WWE title defined his life, and now Edge had stolen it from him again. I would argue for the third time that year. Cena would attack Edge in Edge's celebratory hotel suite. John got his match against Edge at Saturday night's main event, but that's where Lita beat up the referee multiple times. As Edge was tapping out to John Cena's STFU, the referee called for the bell, but Cena unfortunately realized that bell was for the DQ that Lita had caused, not the tap out that he was getting. John Cena did, however, use his ECW lessons to attack Edge after the match and put him through a table. Another rematch was made for SummerSlam. Edge versus John Cena. On the way there, Edge would visit John Cena's childhood home, where he slapped John Cena's dad, John Cena Sr., in the face, knocking him to the floor. And as if to add insult to injury, Edge also stepped on the furniture with his shoes on. At SummerSlam, Cena's match with Edge carried the stipulation that if Edge lost by disqualification, he'd lose the championship. That was a direct response to what Lita had done at Saturday night's main event. SummerSlam was in Boston, and by then, Cena had more support than he'd had earlier in the year from fans, but not by much. Even with the stipulation, after the help of Lita and a distracted referee, Edge retained the WWE Championship, pinning John Cena. The next night on Raw, Edge had Lita throw the spinner title into the Long Island Sound, and Edge debuted his brand new Rated R Championship, which, by the way, was also a spinner title, but this one had Edge's logo on it instead of that big, chunky, gaudy WWE logo. Unfortunately for Edge, later that night, John Cena would attack him, and he would end up throwing Edge into the same Long Island Sound for revenge. At Unforgiven, Edge agreed to one more rematch, but the stipulation was that if John Cena lost, John would have to leave Raw. And the match was a TLC match, which is Edge's match, and the match was in Edge's hometown of Toronto. No surprise, similar to what they had done in the Hammerstein Ballroom, Toronto booed John Cena out of the building. This was Edge's crowd. It's kind of amazing looking back at these reactions, because the boos are building the John Cena character. He's not just fighting against Edge or Rob Van Dam or Triple H. He's fighting against fans that do not believe in him. The fans not liking him and him having to overcome that mountain are kind of what in and of itself makes him the ultimate babyface. The TLC match is a classic, one of the best matches that John Cena had ever had up until that point. It's an instant rewatch for me. It's also the perfect match to have post ECW John Cena in. 2006 John Cena is a much more violent John Cena. After Lita caught an FU in the match and Edge caught an FU off of a ladder through two tables, John Cena was finally able to regain the WWE Championship. But John Cena did not smile as he held the WWE title, almost reflecting on what he had to do to get there, who he had to become to get the title back. This journey had not only changed John Cena, it had turned him into a true champion. No longer the potential flash in the pan that Triple H had described before WrestleMania. He was the guy. John Cena and Edge would continue their rivalry, eventually getting into a steel cage match on Raw, but Cena managed to keep the WWE Championship throughout, which was back to being the John Cena spinner, by the way. Still, John was portrayed as more dangerous in the ring and a tippy-top guy. An example of that would be the story leading to Cyber Sunday, which was meant to determine who the true champion of champions was in WWE. It was between John Cena, SmackDown's World Heavyweight Champion King Booker, and ECW Champion The Big Show. Of course, while all this was going on his way to the show, John Cena would appear on a few SmackDowns, and he'd also start a brief rivalry with Britney Spears' then husband, Kevin Federline. You know, K-Fed. Yeah. John Cena and K-Fed. K-Fed was on the show portraying one of Johnny Nitro's good Hollywood friends. I mean, I'm sure it also had something to do with the fact that he had an album to promote, but regardless, he ended up being a victim not only of John Cena bringing his rapping back for one show, but also John Cena dropping him with an FU. K-Fed was also there as part of the promotion to Cyber Sunday. So not only did you have this triple threat match between King Booker, Big Show, and John Cena, but the stipulation that the fans would be able to vote on was which of the three participants would actually be defending their title in the match. Just before the match would begin, the result was announced, as it would be Booker T's World Heavyweight Championship being defended, as Booker's title won by 67%. Queen Sharmell tried to interfere on Booker's behalf, but she would get FU'd for her troubles. John Cena was FU'ing everybody. It was Kevin Federline, however, that would introduce the championship belt into the match with one of the weakest belt shots that any of you will ever see in your life. But it did allow the distraction for King Booker to nail John Cena with the title and pin the WWE champion. K-Fed was received by the WWE audience much like the original Travis Scott, shall we say, as he would stand victoriously over John Cena to close the pay-per-view, much to no one's delight. On the night after Cyber Sunday, WWE backstage reporter Maria was booked into a match with Umaga. Yes, that's right. Maria versus Umaga was the Raw match. They began a relatively one-sided, shall we say, match. But before the Samoan Bulldozer was able to hit Maria with a Samoan spike, John Cena came in to make the save. He was on the warpath now. He took ownership of his Cyber Sunday loss, but for no apparent reason, FU'd Todd Grisham, the announcer. Then he challenged Umaga to a fight. Then he accepted a challenge from Kevin Federline to a Raw match on New Year's Day, which was still about 2 months away. At Survivor Series, John Cena would lead a team that included Bobby Lashley, Kane, and surprisingly Rob Van Dam and Sabu to face the Big Show's team, which included MVP, Test, Finlay, and Umaga. Umaga in the match hit everybody in the face with a commentary monitor, so he got himself disqualified quickly. And John Cena ended up FUing the Big Show, just as he had done at WrestleMania 20 at the end of the match, to leave he and Bobby Lashley as the winning survivors of his team. John Cena's star power and drawing potential was undeniable. Batista had won the world title from King Booker at Survivor Series. However, he found himself as the victim of King Booker and Booker's entire court. Batista was given the opportunity to choose a tag team partner to face Booker T and Finlay at Armageddon, and he made the surprising call to choose John Cena. John Cena showed up on SmackDown to help Batista in his fight and to help WWE with their ratings. And Batista and John headed to Armageddon, where the WWE champion would team with the world champion. The match ended with Batista pinning Booker T, and the two champions, John Cena and Batista, from the 2002 OVW class, stood strong together. Meanwhile, the rivalry between John Cena and Umaga was heating up on Raw. The two had been involved in various different types of matches on Monday Night Raw. He even, Umaga caused John Cena to lose, yes, lose, to Kevin Federline on that New Year's Day episode of Raw that we were talking about. Yes, technically, if you look at the record books, the GOAT did indeed lose to K-Fed. At the New Year's Revolution pay-per-view, John Cena would main event defending the title against Umaga, who up until that point was undefeated. Umaga was the perfect opponent for John Cena at that point. A huge, unstoppable, absolute monster who was going to make John Cena prove how much heart he had. The women and children cheering for John Cena were louder going into 2007 than they had ever been. Umaga destroyed John Cena for most of the match, right up until Umaga missed a corner attack and John Cena was able to beat Umaga with a quick roll-up out of nowhere. The opposite of the definitive and sometimes submission wins he usually gets in these big matches. On the Monday night after the show, John Cena accepted Umaga's request for a rematch. Umaga's manager, Armando Alejandro Estrada, was able to make the match a last man standing match. That way, John Cena could not possibly win the way that he had won the last one. Nothing sneaky. Not only that, but John entered with a storyline spleen injury that was the result of one of Umaga's many attacks on Raw. This last man standing match is absolutely great. It is an essential rewatch. Not only are steel stairs used, but the entire top rope is taken down by Umaga's manager, Armando. The match ends with this absolutely iconic scene of a bloodied John Cena choking Umaga with that downed top rope, screaming with force. Cena has to take Umaga down with all of his strength, almost like he's fighting a bear. But Cena was able to walk out still champion. Umaga is also incredible in this match, the way he sells. Watching the absolute raw animalism slowly escaping out of his body. That night in the Royal Rumble match, The Undertaker would win the Rumble, last eliminating Shawn Michaels, and Undertaker chose World Heavyweight Champion Batista as his opponent at WrestleMania, which led to a triple threat match to determine John Cena's WWE Championship opponent. The Rumble runner-up, Shawn Michaels, was able to win the triple threat match against Edge and Randy Orton to get the John Cena match at WrestleMania. Before they got to WrestleMania, a match was made for No Way Out by Mr. McMahon that would see the SmackDown main event, Undertaker and Batista, team against the Raw main event, Shawn Michaels and John Cena, which on the way to No Way Out, Cena and HBK, they didn't get along at all. However, they did win the tag team championship against Rated RKO, Edge, and Randy Orton, a very strange bedfellows type of combination. A story was told where it was pointed out that HBK has turned on every tag team partner he's ever had, and the emphasis was put on the Rockers. And Shawn promised to have John Cena's back until they got to WrestleMania, which he did, or at least up until maybe the Raw before WrestleMania. See, Shawn and Cena were able to beat Batista and Undertaker at No Way Out because Batista turned on Undertaker. But leading into WrestleMania, Shawn turned on Cena in the tag match rematch against Undertaker and Batista, which then made it so Batista turned on Undertaker, Shawn's turned on Cena. We are even Stevens going in to WrestleMania 23. Shawn Michaels in the WrestleMania main event worked much more like a heel than he usually did. It was a real test for John Cena, right? Because not only was Shawn already a legend, in 2007, Shawn was doing some of the best work in his career. It's pretty nuts going back and looking at John Cena in 2007. After the incredible Umaga match, John Cena's main event with Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania was also out of this world. John had gotten to the point where it was not a question of being a top guy, but it was time to prove that he could have classic matches. And he did that with Shawn Michaels, whom he made tap out to retain the WWE Championship. There was really a settle in after this main event. Cena had entered into this space where he was owning greatness, whether fans at the time believed that it was real or not. It was. The match was so good that they ran it back on Raw. A couple of weeks after WrestleMania, John Cena, whose tag title reign with Shawn Michaels had come to an end, had a rematch with Shawn that went almost an hour on an episode of Raw. This match was even better than the WrestleMania match, if you ask me. After a series of super kicks, Shawn Michaels won the non-title match, but it took Shawn absolutely everything to get it done. For a short period of time, Shawn Michaels and John Cena were perfect dance partners. And this all led to a four-way main event at Backlash that saw Cena winning against Shawn Michaels, Randy Orton, and Edge after John Cena got super kicked by Shawn Michaels onto a fallen Randy Orton. Shawn collapses, and the referee counts as Randy Orton's shoulders are on the mat, and John ended up getting the pinfall victory. One would have thought that the rivalry between these four would continue. But after Backlash, the three challengers were attacked and taken out by, as it turns out, the Great Khali. This was a different Great Khali than you may know. This was a terrifying, giant Great Khali. He had just beaten Kane with 1 foot over his chest at WrestleMania. And he came out on Raw and he completely annihilated John Cena. Khali would attack John Cena leading up to Judgment Day, where he'd get the title match against John. However, once they finally got in the ring, John fought as hard as he could. And he won by forcing the Great Khali to tap out for the very first time in the STFU. They had a rematch at One Night Stand, which was a Falls Count Anywhere match. But this time John Cena won after he FU'd. I mean, he got Khali up and FU'd him off of a crane. These weren't the greatest matches of all time, but they were old school wrestling. The good guy hero having to somehow fight off the bad guy giant. After Khali, Bobby Lashley was drafted. He was stripped of the ECW championship because he was drafted, and now wanted the WWE championship to replace it. That led to vengeance, and an emphasis was put on the championship and being champion, and what an honor it was and how important it was. Multiple stars all wanted the shot, and a championship challenge was created where John Cena would have to defend against Bobby Lashley, Randy Orton, King Booker, and a returning Mick Foley. Mick Foley was the one that drew the short straw for vengeance, eating the FU and allowing John Cena to retain his championship. Bobby Lashley would get his shot at John Cena at the Great American Bash, but Cena would once again come out victoriously. Coming out of the Great American Bash, the official beginning of one of John Cena's most important rivalries would happen. Randy Orton attacked John Cena on Raw, and he was announced as the new #1 contender to John Cena and his opponent for SummerSlam. The build-up to SummerSlam was all about how difficult this title run had been for John Cena. It had now gotten to the point where it was the longest run in the last 20 years, having beaten giants and legends. But the question was, did he have enough left in the tank to deal with Randy Orton? Randy was cerebral, an opportunist, absolutely ruthless. Randy was a viper. He was also deep into legend killer mode, from Sergeant Slaughter to Dusty Rhodes. Randy, even at a Saturday Night's Main Event, RKO'd John Cena across a chair. Once SummerSlam itself arrived, Cena was able to win with an FU, pinning Randy Orton in what I believe was the first title match between the two. John Cena, well, he survived Randy Orton following SummerSlam, but Randy was not happy. He called it a miracle that John Cena had won. At one point, Randy attacked John Cena on Monday Night Raw, and he got ready to punt kick him, but then stopped himself. He decided not to punt John Cena. Instead, Randy dropped to the ground, rolled out of the ring, grabbed John Cena's dad out of the front row, pulled him over the barricade. And as John Cena's dad was getting to his feet, Randy Orton punted John Cena Sr. directly in the skull. As John Cena sat by his father, he could not believe the evil that he'd seen. John went full psycho mode. Cena attacked William Regal. He got in Mr. McMahon's face. At Unforgiven, he had a match with Randy Orton, and Cena got himself disqualified after refusing to stop hitting Randy, who was in the corner. After Randy once again tried to attack John Cena Sr., John jumped Randy and then had his dad punt Randy Orton. So with that sort of unsatisfying finish to the match itself at Unforgiven, Randy Orton and John Cena were scheduled to continue their feud at No Mercy, but John was injured in a match with Mr. Kennedy on Raw. John's pec was completely torn, and because of it, his 380-day title reign was ended after the championship was vacated. After all that, after everything that he had done, after the story of how long this title reign would be, an injury stopped the whole thing, and WWE announced that John Cena's recovery time could be 6 to 12 months. Do I really need to tell you what happened next? Are you really not sure of where we went? John Cena was not out for 12 months. John Cena was not out for 6 months. As a matter of fact, less than 4 months later, John Cena returned to the WWE as a surprise entrant in the 2008 Royal Rumble, entering in at number 30 and winning the match. Nobody saw it coming, and Madison Square Garden was absolutely electric. In that moment, John Cena, for men, women, and children, was a superhero. Look, John Cena was still getting booed. Half the audience loved him, half the audience hated him. Even the night after the Royal Rumble, he was still being told that he sucked. But on that night, at the Royal Rumble, in the moment, there was none of it. It was just an explosion when that dude showed up. In the time that John Cena was gone, Randy Orton had become the WWE champion. Randy was still using the spinner-style belt, by the way, but the logo was now locked so that it no longer spun in the middle. Randy was storyline blamed for John Cena's injury, even though it happened in a match with Mr. Kennedy. Because Randy had attacked Cena after the match, he was given credit/blame for the injury. John, after winning the Royal Rumble, did not want to wait until WrestleMania for his title match. So he challenged Randy Orton right away, and the closest title match he could get was at No Way Out. It was actually a pretty classic finish to the match, and one that people thought might be referenced during John Cena's retirement run in over the last year. Randy purposefully slapped the referee in this match, getting himself disqualified and thus keeping the WWE Championship. I mean, he also got FU'd by Cena, but he kept the championship. On the same night, by the way, Triple H won the Elimination Chamber, which allowed him to get the WWE Championship match against Randy Orton at WrestleMania. This was, by the way, a post-DX reunion, very babyface Triple H. Now, because of how Cena's match ended at No Way Out, he was given the opportunity to face Randy Orton in a non-title match with Triple H as the referee, and if he could beat him, he could be put into the match at WrestleMania. And he did. When Cena won, he was put into it. He turned it into a triple threat match. However, Triple H did pedigree both Orton and Cena after the match. In the build to WrestleMania, Triple H, Randy Orton, and John Cena were each given a night to be in charge of Monday Night Raw and to be in charge of what the matches would be. When Triple H was in charge, the main event was Randy Orton and John Cena versus the entire Raw roster. It was a 17-on-2 handicap match, elimination tag style. Now, the whole thing fell apart after, of all people, Cody Rhodes was pinned. And Triple H would once again just go out there and pedigree both Randy Orton and John Cena. Once we got to WrestleMania, this time John Cena had a high school marching band perform his music for his entrance. After almost hitting an FU on Triple H and Randy Orton, the end of the match came when Triple H reversed John Cena's FU into a pedigree. While Triple H went for the pin, he was punted by Randy Orton, who then scored the pin on John Cena to retain the WWE Championship. John got pretty heavily booed during this match, but everything he did got a reaction, one way or the other. Regardless, Randy retained. The rivalry between the three would continue, but JBL would be added to the mix. JBL had had his eye on Randy Orton's championship leading to WrestleMania, and he had campaigned to be the #1 contender after WrestleMania. However, both Cena and Triple H felt that a rematch for them was justified, and they both won matches to make a fatal four-way at Backlash for Randy's championship. They did the match elimination style, which led to John Cena eliminating JBL by making him tap out. But then John got punted and got pinned once again by Randy Orton. Once it was down to just Orton and Triple H was actually able to hit a pedigree, and Triple H won the WWE Championship. As Randy Orton and Triple H feuded over the championship, JBL and John Cena would start a rivalry that involved a crime time having John Cena's back. At Judgment Day, Cena and JBL opened the show, and John Cena won the match. At One Night Stand, they had a first blood match that John Cena won when he locked the STFU in with a chain, and JBL started bleeding from the mouth. Wasn't the most satisfying endings of all first blood matches, but regardless, Cena finally made it back to the title picture after One Night Stand. At Night of Champions, John Cena was named #1 contender. And for the first time since WrestleMania, we were looking at Triple H versus John Cena in a WWE Championship match. Before we got to the pay-per-view, Triple H was drafted to SmackDown. He would, however, still defend the title against John Cena, with the understanding being that if he won, he'd bring the title to SmackDown. And he would. He beat John Cena, which is really interesting. Once again, John Cena lost a title match. He went from having a 380-day reign as champion to coming back from his injury earlier than anyone thought possible. And here he was, 6 months later, and he was still not the WWE champion. His rivalry with JBL would continue after this, resulting in another pay-per-view match, a parking lot brawl, which this time, John lost. I mean, it was a really interesting time for John Cena. Coming off of that, a story would be told between John Cena and Batista, building up a dream match between these two. Another can they coexist situation came about when John Cena and Batista won the tag team championship. Now, before they got to SummerSlam, which is where the John Cena and Batista match would happen, Ted DiBiase and Cody Rhodes were able to get the tag team championship from them and when Ted caused John Cena to knock into Batista, which led to a brawl and led to tempers flaring up before SummerSlam. We got the very first match between the two superstars who had headlined WrestleMania in separate title matches 3.5 years before at SummerSlam, Batista versus John Cena. Once again, at a 2008 pay-per-view, John Cena lost to Batista. And after SummerSlam, John Cena would go away with a neck injury. Which people don't even really remember when they think about recovery times and everything, because it had just happened in January. For this to happen twice in 1 year is crazy. While John was gone, Chris Jericho became the World Heavyweight Champion. And that was on Monday Night Raw. 2008 Chris Jericho, by the way, may be the best that Chris Jericho has ever been. It's Jericho's short hair and suit era. He's so good. He's not making any jokes. He's not doing anything goofy. He's just a serious killer and a jerk. He's excellent. John would once again recover from neck surgery, and possibly fast. And the match was made official. John Cena would return at Survivor Series in Boston, and he would get a shot at Jericho's World Heavyweight Championship, which was now the championship on Raw. Cena's return in Boston was a big enough deal that when he got announced for the match, when the ring introductions were happening, he was the one that came out second, even though he was the challenger. He showed up, and he debuted his Hustle, Loyalty, Respect gear that was a take on the old AWA logo. And this time, because he was in Boston, because he was returning, he was primarily cheered. In the end, John Cena hit the FU, and he won the World Heavyweight Championship for the first time. His first championship in 2008. Chris would win a match, making him #1 contender in line for a rematch with John Cena at Armageddon, but Cena retained the title against Jericho when he made Jericho tap out to the STFU. Cena being built as a champion again was happening. Cena's next big opponent came at the Royal Rumble when he defended his title against his old adversary, JBL. JBL at this point was part of a story in which Shawn Michaels was down on his luck due to the economy and had become an employee of Bradshaw's. The idea was that Shawn was hired to get JBL the title in time to defend it at WrestleMania. That's what JBL wanted to do, be the defending champion at WrestleMania. Shawn Michaels took a dive to help JBL become number one contender. At the Royal Rumble, after a ref bump, Shawn Michaels, we thought, turned, super kicking JBL. However, he also super kicked John Cena. And then he laid JBL on top of John Cena and left while they waited for the referee to come to. It, however, was not enough to win the match, as once the referee did get up, John Cena kicked out, and then he hit JBL with an FU to win the match and retain the championship. So now here we are. It's 2009. Edge, John Cena, and Randy Orton are all operating at peaks. John Cena defended the World Heavyweight title in the Elimination Chamber against Rey Mysterio, Edge, Chris Jericho, Mike Knox, and Kane. After a code breaker, a 619, and a spear, John was eliminated, with 3 men still in the match. A new champion was guaranteed. Edge, by the way, was a SmackDown star, and he was only in the match because he attacked Kofi Kingston before it started, and then Edge locked himself in Kofi's pod. Edge would solidify himself as the ultimate opportunist when, in a match that he wasn't even scheduled to be in, he won it, and with that, won Cena's World Heavyweight Championship. Although John Cena was campaigning for his rematch, Big Show was the one that was set to take on Edge for the world title at WrestleMania. But after this is going to get complicated. After whispering a secret to Vicky Guerrero stopped the contract signing. Then she added John Cena in the match as a triple threat. And at first, John Cena said it was because he was in love with Vicky Guerrero. But then he let the cat out of the bag that he had videotape of Big Show having an affair with Vicky Guerrero, and that, of course, he didn't have an affair with Vicky Guerrero. Now, when this tape came out of the Big Show having an affair with Vicky Guerrero, Edge and Big Show were both upset with John Cena, and they attacked him on the way to WrestleMania 25. It was a very strange build. There was physicality, but it was all rooted in like soap opera stuff and jokes at Vicky Guerrero's expense. Also, Edge and Big Show the whole time were on the same side. Like, neither of their relationships with Vicky Guerrero were affected by what either of them were doing. Edge was, in the story, married to Vicky Guerrero. Big Show had some kind of affair, and neither of them cared. Regardless, Cena was able to get the championship back at WrestleMania. At one point, he had both Edge and the Big Show on his back, literally. This Edge-Cena rivalry was back to running hot, as they would compete in a last man standing match at Backlash, where Edge would once again get the World Heavyweight title from John Cena. The Big Show interfered on Edge and Vicky's behalf, chokeslamming John Cena into a giant spotlight. John Cena responded by causing a distraction that lost Big Show the opportunity to be the number one contender. A match was made for Judgment Day between Big Show and John Cena that Cena won. In order for the Big Show to get revenge, a submission match was made for the two at Extreme Rules. But John Cena also won that after applying the STF onto the Big Show, which, by the way, the STF was now the official new name for the STFU. And the FU had officially become the Attitude Adjustment. We are in the PG era, ladies and gentlemen. As the newly renamed Bash pay-per-view, once the Great American Bash, now the Bash, happened, John Cena would face The Miz for the first time. As a new superstar on Raw, Miz had been going out on TV every week and tearing down John Cena, cutting promos on John Cena, roasting John Cena, and challenging John Cena. Except John Cena was not on television to answer his challenges. So Miz took full advantage of it. But when John Cena did come back, accepted the challenge, brought it to pay-per-view, faced The Miz at the Bash, and after an STFU and an AA, John Cena won a match that was not terribly competitive. I hope Miz got everything he needed to get in on those promos. At Night of Champions, John Cena challenged for the WWE Championship against Randy Orton and Triple H. Triple H and John Cena had both made it to the finals of a number one contender tournament, but the match was interrupted by Randy Orton's legacy cohorts, Ted DiBiase and Cody Rhodes. However, Ted DiBiase Sr., the $1 Million Man, was the guest host that night and turned the Night of Champions match into a triple threat. Remember the guest host? Who doesn't love a guest host? It was sold on what a big deal match it was on name value alone. Triple H, Randy Orton, John Cena. Ultimately, after Legacy got involved, Randy hit an RKO on John Cena to retain. I really had forgotten how much Randy Orton had beaten John Cena over the years. John Cena, though, would win a beat-the-clock challenge after the pay-per-view, once again pinning The Miz very, very quickly to be named the number one contender against Randy Orton at SummerSlam. During the title match, Orton tried to get himself disqualified by shoving the ref, but Vince McMahon restarted the match. No disqualification. Then Orton got himself counted out, but the match was restarted. No counted. And then Orton pinned John Cena, but with his feet on the ropes. Another referee saw it. Restarted. Then John had Orton locked in the STF, but a fan jumped in the ring. And then we find out that the fan was Ted DiBiase's brother, Brett. During all the confusion, Randy Orton hit the RKO and retained again against John Cena. After all of this insanity, Mr. McMahon made it official that John Cena would get one more shot at breaking point, and it would be a submission match. And if anyone interfered on Randy Orton's behalf, they'd be stripped of the title, or Randy would be stripped of the title. Although Orton's strength in the match was his lack of any sort of morality, the fact that he will do anything to make John Cena quit, it was still John Cena that was able to beat Randy Orton, winning back the WWE Championship, making Randy Orton quit in an STF. This 2009 Randy Cena beef was really something. Randy immediately won the title back inside Hell in a Cell at the Hell in a Cell pay-per-view the next month. Then Cena won it back by beating Randy Orton in a 60-minute, no-holds-barred Iron Man match at Bragging Rights. By now, they were already calling this one of the most epic rivalries WWE had ever seen, and had called this their final confrontation. Obviously, it wasn't. Randy lost the match by tapping out to the STF with only 5 seconds left. The match took everything John Cena had to offer. A month later at Survivor Series, Cena retained the WWE Championship again in a triple threat match against Shawn Michaels and Triple H, who entered as DX, but worked in this triple threat independently. To round out the year, Sheamus won a breakthrough battle royal on Monday Night Raw, which earned him a shot at John Cena at TLC. Jesse Ventura was the guest host of Raw that night, and because Sheamus slammed John Cena through a table during the post-Battle Royal contract signing, it was made into a tables match. Now, Sheamus had just come up to Monday Night Raw from ECW and was being pushed big. He was laying out everybody, wrestlers, announcers, even Mark Cuban from Shark Tank, whom Sheamus put through a table. Shockingly, after John Cena attempted to superplex Sheamus off the top rope and wasn't able to do it, Sheamus pushed John Cena off the rope and sent John Cena flying, cracking through a table that was in the middle of the ring. It was a tables match. Sheamus won the WWE Championship from John Cena. In 2010, John Cena entered the Royal Rumble but was eliminated last by a returning Edge. After the Rumble, Batista, he would take umbrage with John Cena for eliminating him from the Royal Rumble. At the time, Batista was aligned with Mr. McMahon, and John Cena was still somewhat of a thorn in the side of authority. At Elimination Chamber, the WWE title was defended in a chamber match where John Cena defeated Cody Rhodes to qualify to get in. John was the one who won that Elimination Chamber match, last eliminating Triple H by tap out to win the WWE Championship back. Unfortunately for Cena, just as the chamber was raised like it had been a few years ago, Mr. McMahon made an appearance. Except this time he didn't need a briefcase. He announced that John Cena would go to WrestleMania as champion, as long as he could beat Batista right now. Batista came out and the match was just all of a sudden made. It took Batista about a minute to end John Cena's 8th reign as world champion. The rematch, which if you want to call it that, was made for WrestleMania 26. Batista defending the WWE Championship against John Cena. Now, Batista wanted this match just as much as John Cena did. Batista hated that John Cena had become the face of the company, that somehow the crown had been passed from Stone Cold Steve Austin to John Cena. Batista thought it was he who was the man. He should be the face of the company. This, by the way, really is to me a very iconic match. These are the two biggest post-Attitude Era stars in the WWE, wrestling for the WWE Championship at WrestleMania. I mean, it would have main evented, but, you know, it's 26. I mean, Shawn and The Undertaker had their rematch. Once the match went down between John Cena and Batista, Cena was able to roll through a Batista bomb, lock on an STF. Batista tapped out, and John Cena was once again WWE champion. By the way, now even for John Cena, the belt didn't spin. It's like the Polar Express. It spun no more. It was locked. Batista and John Cena and their feud would continue with a last man standing match at Extreme Rules where John Cena duct taped Batista's ankles together around the ring post, which allowed John Cena to win because Batista obviously couldn't stand up. Now, coming off of that, John wanted to prove that his victory was legit and that he was not a coward, as he was described by Batista. So he agreed to an I Quit match that was made for the Over the Edge pay-per-view. In the end, John Cena was on the roof of a car that was parked on the entrance stage where Batista was on his shoulders in the air, ready to receive an AA. Before John Cena could drop Batista, Batista yelled, "I quit, I quit." Batista was the one who was a coward. Batista was willing to quit instead of taking the move. Unfortunately for Batista, he did quit, and then John Cena AA'd him anyway, putting him through the stage. The next night on Raw, Batista showed up in a wheelchair and in a sling, and very loudly, due to mistreatment and the way the fans were treating him, quit the WWE. A couple of weeks later, CM Punk won a viewer's choice poll to face John Cena in the main event of Monday Night Raw. However, this match was interrupted. It was interrupted by Wade Barrett appearing in the entryway after he had just won the NXT reality show. Suddenly, all of the rookies that had been on that NXT reality show started appearing around the ring. Daniel Bryan, Darren Young, Heath Slater, Skip Sheffield, Justin Gabriel, Michael Tarver, and David Otunga all appeared. They hopped the barrier and they assaulted everyone. CM Punk, the Straight Edge Society, referees, anyone they could get their hands on. It didn't look like wrestling. It looked like a mugging. They laid out announcers. They tore up the ring. They ripped the canvas. They broke the ropes. They destroyed everything. They exposed the wooden boards. They beat John Cena down. It was some of the most compelling television WWE had done in a very long time. It looked real. Now, a match had been made for the Fatal 4-Way pay-per-view where John Cena was defending against Edge, Randy Orton, and Sheamus. The NXT guys, now known as the Nexus, would show up again, first attacking the locker room, destroying the interview set, coming to ringside, distracting everybody, and in all the commotion, Sheamus pinned John Cena to once again win the WWE Championship. And then the NXT guys beat up John Cena. The commentators had split a long time ago. The Nexus was here and attacking the WWE to its core, no pun intended. Cena tried to get the title back, but the Nexus, minus Daniel Bryan, who was fired, would not let it happen. They took out Bret Hart, who was the GM, and they took out Mr. McMahon. They physically assaulted him. At Money in the Bank, John Cena got his rematch in a cage against Sheamus, but the Nexus showed up. They didn't allow the referee to see John Cena tapping out Sheamus. They tried to stop both Sheamus and John Cena from escaping the cage, but Sheamus was the one who managed to get out first and retain and run away with the championship. The Nexus then offered John Cena the opportunity to join them, but John Cena refused the offer. Over the next few weeks, WWE and John Cena began to build a team that could take on the Nexus in a 7-on-7 match at SummerSlam. On John Cena's side was Bret Hart, Edge, Chris Jericho, John Morrison, and R-Truth. They tried to get The Miz to join, tried to convince him, and finally, the day of SummerSlam, The Miz agreed. However, it was too little too late, as the minute that The Miz walked out on stage, John Cena announced their partner would actually be Daniel Bryan, because The Miz had taken far too long to say yes. And a furious Miz watched Daniel Bryan come to the ring. John Cena's team would end up winning the elimination match, with John Cena last eliminating Wade Barrett to become the sole survivor. John Cena's rivalry with the Nexus and Wade Barrett continued. At Hell in a Cell, John lost to Wade Barrett in a match where the stipulation was that if John Cena lost, he had to join the Nexus. The Nexus weren't allowed to interfere, so a fan jumped in as a distraction. And then another fan knocked out Cena, allowing Wade to get the pin. The fans, as it turned out, were Michael McGillicuddy and Husky Harris, the future Bray Wyatt, and two superstars from the second season of NXT, future Nexus recruits. John Cena had to repeatedly help Wade Barrett once he joined the Nexus in matches, or he'd be fired from the WWE. He helped Wade Barrett get a title with Randy Orton and bragging rights, and John Cena had to be in Barrett's corner for it. John Cena AA'd Wade Barrett to technically help him win against Randy Orton because Wade was disqualified. It meant that Wade didn't get the title, but technically, it still wasn't Cena breaking the rules, although it wasn't overly satisfying for fans to watch. To make up for this, Cena would have to be the special guest referee in a free or fire WWE Championship match at Survivor Series between Randy Orton and Wade Barrett, where if Wade Barrett won, John Cena was free. But if Randy Orton won, John Cena was fired. John Cena showed every bit of character by counting the three after Randy Orton hit the RKO. Randy Orton won, so John Cena was fired, regardless of flubs on commentary. 15 years before Saturday night's main event, John Cena peeled off his sweatbands and left them in the ring as he said goodbye to the WWE audience. Now follow me here again. John Cena realized that the Nexus had attacked security when they debuted, and therefore security would not help Nexus if John Cena got into the building and attacked them. So John Cena dedicated his life to making the Nexus's life a living hell. John Cena would buy tickets to every Raw. The Nexus no longer had Wade Barrett's back because of the damage John Cena was doing, and eventually they forced Wade Barrett to rehire John Cena under pressure from his group who wanted the harassment to end. So now Wade Barrett has rehired John Cena. We go to a match at TLC. It's a chairs match between John Cena and Wade Barrett. And after John Cena took out every member of the Nexus on the way there, he then beat Wade Barrett and for good measure, literally buried him under a stack of chairs that fell on top of him. By the time 2011 rolled in, Miz was the WWE champion. He had cashed in his Money in the Bank briefcase. And at the Royal Rumble, even though Miz wasn't in the match, he ran into the Royal Rumble match and eliminated John Cena from the Rumble when it was down to only 4 participants. John did, however, because the Miz didn't want to wrestle John Cena at WrestleMania. John did, however, win the Elimination Chamber match, last eliminating CM Punk to earn that match regardless with the Miz at WrestleMania. However, the week before the Elimination Chamber, it was announced that the host of WrestleMania 27 would be The Rock. The Rock returned for the first time back to the WWE in 7 years. In The Rock's first promo back, he referenced the comments John Cena had made about The Rock leaving WWE in the press. The Rock lit a fire under all that animosity that the audience had towards John Cena. by roasting John Cena and his "you can't see me" catchphrase. He said that John Cena looked like a bowl of Fruity Pebbles because of his t-shirt collection. He sat in the ring and he roasted both Miz and John Cena, both participants in the match that actually at the time wasn't even official yet. After the chamber, John Cena responded to The Rock, and he did so as the doctor of thugonomics, bringing back his freestyle verses for the first time in years, pointing out that The Rock leaving the WWE, pointing out that the Rock was doing family movies, the Tooth Fairy, all kinds of stuff. The Rock responded with a promo via satellite and with a sketch that he did, where it was a kid dressed up as John Cena who The Rock was actually talking to as if he was John Cena. It was an odd tactic to me. The match between John Cena and The Miz was way more about The Rock as the guest host and the babyface being mocked by a much bigger babyface than the babyface. Rock and John Cena went face to face on the Monday Night Raw before WrestleMania, and they were interrupted by the person who was actually the WWE champion, The Miz, the one who was actually going to be in the match. Miz and his cohort Alex Riley attacked The Rock, who fought back and dropped both of them, nailing The Miz with a people's elbow, only on the way out to get an attitude adjustment from John Cena. When we got to WrestleMania, The Miz walked in as champion. The Hate Me Now promo video form played, one of the best things WWE's ever done. For The Miz, the spinner belt was locked upside down with the logo looking more like an M than a W for Miz. Miz and Cena first wrestled to a double countout until The Rock came out and restarted the match as a no DQ, no countout match. When the match did restart, The Rock dropped John Cena with a rock bottom. And then The Miz went for the cover and beat John Cena at WrestleMania. The Rock would also end up laying out The Miz, so at the end of the night, The Rock was the only one left standing. The next night on Raw, history was made. Rock and John Cena met face to face again. After a back and forth, John Cena made it clear that he wanted a match with The Rock. The Rock decided that if he was going to do it, he'd want to make it the biggest match of all time. So, The Rock challenged John Cena to a match in 1 year at WrestleMania 28 in the main event. Cena shook The Rock's hand and the match was made. Nothing like this had ever been done before. It was massive, a year out. In the meantime, John did once again become WWE champion after winning a triple threat cage match against Miz and Morrison at Extreme Rules. The next year was going to be about making sure there was no doubt who WWE's top superstar was, by a lot. So that by WrestleMania next year, Cena versus Rock would be the biggest match in wrestling history. At the end of Extreme Rules, after the show went off the air, John Cena, that was the night that he addressed the live audience to let them know that Osama bin Laden had been caught and compromised to a permanent end. R-Truth turned heel in June, going so far as not only to insult audience members and to introduce them to Little Jimmy, but he was smoking cigarettes. Only bad guys smoke cigarettes. He was actually kind of interesting as a bad guy. Some people didn't enjoy it, but I really did enjoy it. R-Truth main evented the Capital Punishment pay-per-view with John Cena, where John Cena retained his WWE championship. Then came the pipe bomb. CM Punk had been leading the new Nexus when his contract came up for renewal, and he did not re-sign it. As a matter of fact, CM Punk had not re-signed while he was on television. And he interfered, and this is in real life. And he interfered in a tables match that allowed R-Truth to beat John Cena, putting him through a table. As John Cena laid there in discomfort, Punk left the ring, and he went to the stage with a Steve Austin shirt on and sat down with a microphone and cut the most famous promo since Austin 316. CM Punk completely broke the fourth wall, airing very real grievances. He called John Cena an ass kisser. He talked about the brass rings that he was never able to reach because they were impossible to get to. He talked about how he was the best. He talked about not being a part of WWE's promotional campaigns. He talked about how upset he was that Dwayne, as he called him, was main eventing WrestleMania, but he was not. And he talked about how at Money in the Bank, he was going to leave with the WWE Championship, and he was not going to re-sign with WWE. Mr. McMahon made the stipulation of the match that if John Cena lost to CM Punk, that John would be fired. Ironically, a story was being told now that was far better matched with reality. CM Punk was the anti-authority thorn in the boss's side, and John Cena was tasked with the responsibility of saving the WWE. It's one of my favorite wrestling matches ever, and it might be the best match to show a non-wrestling fan how great wrestling can be. The Allstate Arena in Chicago went wild for CM Punk as he came out and he debuted his famous white ringer t-shirt. John Cena was, no surprise, once again, booed out of the building. John charged through it, though, as he was in a situation that he'd been in many times before. Pretty deep into the match, Mr. McMahon sent John Laurinaitis down to the ringside area to tell the timekeeper to ring the bell as John Cena had CM Punk locked in the STFU. The plan was to screw over CM Punk as they had done to Bret the Hitman Hart, but Cena knocked out John Laurinaitis. He told Vince McMahon they wouldn't be doing things McMahon's way. And when John Cena got back in the ring, he immediately was the victim of a GTS from CM Punk. CM Punk pinned John Cena, beat him, took the belt, left the building, and blew Vince McMahon a kiss goodbye as he left the Allstate Arena. John Cena had lost the title to the leaving CM Punk. A week later, Rey Mysterio won the vacated WWE title in the finals of a tournament. John Cena, of course, did not get fired as Triple H relieved Mr. McMahon of his duties before Mr. McMahon had the chance to fire John Cena. There was a vote of no confidence. Instead, John challenged Rey for the title on the same night that Rey had won it and won back the WWE Championship, but immediately after, Cult of Personality started playing for the first time in WWE. And as we tried to figure out why that was, CM Punk walked out to his new music, carrying the title that he had won at Money in the Bank. Now that there were two WWE champions, the match was made official for SummerSlam, where Punk would face Cena with one champion to be crowned and Triple H as the referee. CM Punk won the match when Triple H counted 3 without seeing John Cena's foot on the rope, but then Kevin Nash returned, jackknifed CM Punk. Then Alberto Del Rio came out, cashed in his Money in the Bank briefcase, pinning a downed CM Punk, and Alberto Del Rio won the WWE Championship. John Cena defeated CM Punk after Kevin Nash interfered to become the number 1 contender. And he won the title back from Alberto Del Rio at Night of Champions, but then he lost it again to Alberto Del Rio a month later at Hell in a Cell. In a triple threat where CM Punk joined the 3 of them, that's where they lost it. This is how I guess somebody becomes the never seen 17. At Vengeance, Alberto Del Rio beat John Cena in a last man standing match with the help of Miz and R-Truth. See, now we're getting there. Cena realized that he'd need help against the awesome Truth. And to do so, he wanted to find the best tag team partner that he could. And so, John Cena called upon The Rock to return for Survivor Series before WrestleMania to be his partner. The Rock responded, saying that he wanted nothing to do with John Cena, but he did want to give the people what they want. And as far as he could tell, the people wanted to see the Miz and R-Truth get their jabroni butts kicked. So, Rock would be John Cena's partner. The match would be billed as never before, never again. It would go down and it would end with The Rock dropping the people's elbow on the Miz, pinning him, and getting the victory. His first victory in 7 or 8 years. The Rock won. Of course, immediately after the match, he would drop John Cena with a rock bottom as well. After Survivor Series, John Cena had a feud with Kane over the course of a few months, and then it was time. See, The Rock had done a number on John Cena for an entire year. John fought hard to maintain momentum. The story John told going into this match was that he had to win. Finally, WrestleMania 28 arrived. Once in a lifetime. That's what it was billed as. John Cena versus The Rock. The match was elevated to the point that it represented by itself how big of an event WrestleMania was. MGK performed to introduce John Cena, who threw booze connected with the cameraman Stu on his way to the ring. Flo Rida performed The Rock's introduction, which was a sight to see. The match had fans at a fever pitch. Near falls were getting reactions every time, finish after finish. With nothing left, John Cena stood up and instead of going for a 5-knuckle shuffle, went for a mocking people's elbow. But just as he was about to hit it, The Rock sprung up and hit John Cena with a rock bottom. Then he pinned him. 1, 2, 3, The Rock had won. Rock had returned, and Rock had beaten WWE's biggest star. John Cena sat on the entrance ramp in disappointment and disbelief. The people's elbow was looked at as John's singular mistake, and it had cost him the most important match of his career. Would John Cena be able to recover? And if so, how would he? I think we know. But just in case you don't know, make sure that you're subscribed and make sure that you're watching and listening this series, as we will soon drop part 3 of the John Cena story. My time is now. Hey guys, it's Sam Roberts. Welcome back to Not Sam Wrestling and a very special episode, part of a very special series that we're doing here on Not Sam Wrestling. If you've been listening for any length of time, you know that at points I like to go over certain characters or story arcs or periods of time or whatever it is in the world of professional wrestling. And I knew that when John Cena announced his retirement, that we were going to have to do a complete breakdown of the career of John Cena. There are so few people that have a 23-year story arc that all take place inside the WWE without any significant breaks. It's all the story of one character, and there is a very clear beginning, middle, and end. And I thought that this was so important that I quickly realized that there was no way that I was going to do this all in one show, that I was going to have to put out a special series. So here we are. When we left off, John Cena had been cemented as the top guy in the WWE. His feuds with Randy Orton, Edge, and Batista had been incredibly foundational. His ability to beat giants like Umaga and the Great Khali added to the legend of John Cena never giving up. And John's ability to walk into a hometown crowd of CM Punk, Edge, or even an ECW audience that was there to see Rob Van Dam and charge past all of it made Cena, Cena. Whether it was an opponent or the audience themselves, John Cena was ready for any and all challengers. That was until a legend from the past showed up. The Rock returned to the WWE after 7 years. He spent a year and change roasting John Cena, informing the audience of every fault that John had, preying on the insecurity that John Cena would never be the next Rock. And it all led to their WrestleMania match, once in a lifetime, where The Rock beat John Cena. WrestleMania closed with Cena despondent and depressed, sitting on the WrestleMania ramp, appearing to wonder if it was all slipping away. So what was next for Mr. Hustle, Loyalty, and Respect? Well, that's where we begin. Welcome to part 3 of our special Not Sam Wrestling series, the story of John Cena. My time is now. On the Monday night after WrestleMania 28, John Cena showed up on Raw and announced that he had never, ever considered losing in his match with The Rock. And he was getting booed. By the way, he took ownership of everything that he had said on the road to WrestleMania and for the defeat that he had suffered. John hung in there with the boos, not getting shaken as many would. He heaped praise on The Rock, and he invited The Rock to the ring. After a brief pause, all of a sudden familiar music played. But it wasn't The Rock's music. Brock Lesnar, who had left the WWE 8 years before, who had, in the interim, become a UFC heavyweight champion, who had made it clear that he did not like professional wrestling, or human beings for that matter, Brock Lesnar was back. There had been rumors earlier in the day that this may happen, but it had previously been an absolute impossibility. Brock Lesnar was done with wrestling forever. As soon as he appeared on the stage, holy expletive chants rang through the arena as Brock Lesnar walked towards the ring. He looked at the man who had entered the WWE at the same time that he did. Brock had left a former world champion. Now John Cena was the guy. All these thoughts were flashing through our heads as Brock Lesnar, boom, F5 John Cena in the middle of the ring. WrestleMania was yesterday. Today, WWE was completely different because the Beast was back. Brock Lesnar and John Cena would go to Extreme Rules. On the way there, Brock took out John Cena again, punching him across the face, leaving his mouth bloody. Brock was also a part of a contract signing segment with John Cena, where Brock threatened Cena, who had a chain wrapped around his fist the whole time. But Lesnar would walk away. Brock, by the way, at this point was cutting his own promos, as Paul Heyman was not a part of the WWE at this moment in time. The ECW reunion had not gone as well as some would have hoped. John Cena and Brock Lesnar had their Extreme Rules match at the pay-per-view that had the same name. The match was brutal. Both men bled. Ultimately, John Cena hit an AA, with Brock Lesnar landing flat on a set of steel stairs. And that enabled Cena to get the pin and beat Brock Lesnar. A match and a journey designed to bring John Cena back as a character after his loss to The Rock at WrestleMania. Coming off of Extreme Rules, John Laurinaitis was now the authority figure that was trying to get rid of John Cena. Again, this idea of John Cena versus whoever was in charge. Laurinaitis had said that Brock Lesnar was back to be the new face of the WWE, but Cena had beat Brock Lesnar. Laurinaitis was so frustrated with John Cena that he put hands on John, trying to further the storyline injury that John Cena had suffered in Cena's match with Brock Lesnar. In response, the board of directors, quote unquote, signed a match between John Laurinaitis and John Cena at Over the Limit. Big Show in the match turned on John Cena, helping John Laurinaitis get the win. John Laurinaitis beat John Cena. At No Way Out, Cena beat Big Show in a cage match after a ton of shenanigans. Important to note, all of this was happening, CM Punk was actually the WWE champion, but it was John Cena and his story that was main eventing all of these pay-per-views. John Cena won his first Money in the Bank briefcase against Big Show, Chris Jericho, Kane, and The Miz. And John Cena announced that he would be cashing in his briefcase at Raw 1000 in advance on CM Punk. Once you got to Raw 1000, Punk and Cena wrestled for about 10 minutes before the Big Show came in and caused a disqualification. It was getting to be exhausting. This would lead to a triple threat match at SummerSlam for the WWE Championship between Punk, Cena, and the Big Show. CM Punk at this point was shifting into more of a heel, feeling slighted that the attention was not on the WWE Championship or the WWE Champion as it should be, and instead was on John Cena. This was the SummerSlam, by the way, that CM Punk was wearing his Bret Hart-inspired trunks, and he was able to pin the Big Show after, once again, John Cena F5'd the Giant. CM Punk became a full heel, going so far as to be physically abusive to Jerry the King Lawler. At Night of Champions, CM Punk came to the ring to defend his title against John Cena, but Punk was wearing Yankees pinstripes on his trunks in Boston. Paul Heyman had returned at this point to the WWE and was at ringside to watch CM Punk make history. Heyman, started his promo with, "My name is Paul Heyman." Even with all the work being done and being in Boston and the pinstripes and Heyman, reactions were still mixed for John Cena. Cena pinned Punk, even celebrated with the title as if he had won it. However, the referee informed John Cena that both of the competitors had had their shoulders down simultaneously, so the match was actually a draw. CM Punk got to keep the championship. John Cena would be out for a couple of months with an injury after this, but he was back for Survivor Series, where he faced CM Punk and Ryback in a triple threat for the WWE Championship. This was actually an extremely important match, because just as it looked like Ryback had the match under control, 3 individuals dressed all in black emerged from the crowd. They beat down John Cena, but they mainly took out Ryback. As they were picking up Ryback, getting him ready to get triple power bombed through the commentary table, Michael Cole realized, "I recognize those guys from NXT." It was Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, and Dean Ambrose. The Shield, though their name had not yet been announced, made their debut in that Survivor Series match. In all that chaos, CM Punk pinned John Cena, and Paul Heyman celebrated with the original Paul Heyman guy who had retained the championship. Following this, photos and videos came out of John Cena having what he said was a business dinner with AJ Lee. It was more soap opera stuff that would start as Cena and AJ would start a relationship, and Dolph Ziggler had a problem with it. A match was made between John Cena and Dolph Ziggler, but it would be a ladder match with the prize being Dolph Ziggler's Money in the Bank briefcase. John Cena lost the match when AJ Lee turned on him, siding with Dolph Ziggler. John Cena, he dropped excrement on AJ Lee and Dolph Ziggler from the ceiling on the New Year's edition of Monday Night Raw as they were attempting to have a toast, and would you believe it, Dolph and AJ were wearing white outfits. The Ziggler-Cena feud continued for another couple weeks, with John Cena ultimately winning a cage match against Dolph on Raw, though he never got Dolph's briefcase. Earlier in the year, The Rock had returned here and there. In July, he had told CM Punk that The Rock would get a title match for the WWE Championship. 5 months later, at the Royal Rumble. As it turned out, CM Punk was setting his own record with a 400-plus day reign as champion, and still indeed was the WWE champion at the Royal Rumble. When The Rock fulfilled his promise and competed for the WWE Championship at the Royal Rumble, the Shield was there to take out The Rock. But they did it with the lights out, so the referee didn't see anything, because it was dark. So how could the referee have seen anything? CM Punk pinned The Rock after this interference, and he actually had a fairly lengthy celebration with the title until Mr. McMahon appeared. See, it had been said that if the Shield got involved, CM Punk would be stripped of the title. But just as Mr. McMahon was about to strip him, even though Punk pointed out nobody saw the Shield, The Rock stopped Mr. McMahon and insisted that instead of stripping CM Punk, the chairman restart the match, which is exactly what Mr. McMahon did. The Rock was able to hit a spine buster and a people's elbow, and on that night, at the Royal Rumble, The Rock won the WWE Championship from CM Punk. On that same night, John Cena would win the Royal Rumble match, last eliminating the Ryback to get a championship match at WrestleMania. At the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view, The Rock walked in as WWE Champion to defend against CM Punk in a match where The Rock was indeed able to retain his WWE Championship. On the same show, John Cena, Sheamus, and Ryback teamed up to take on the Shield, the group that was causing so much trouble. The Shield actually won when, much to John Cena's chagrin, Seth Rollins pinned Ryback, and this caused Ryback to leave in a huff. No consolation with any of his teammates. The night after Elimination Chamber, The Rock appeared on Monday Night Raw, where he introduced the new WWE Championship belt. He had replaced the locked spinner title. You know, it didn't spin anymore, but it was still the belt. He had replaced it with the new big scratch logo belt, a design that we still see inspiration from to this day. It's very similar to the belt that Cody has now, except it was black and had the scratch logo instead of the modern logo. John Cena and CM Punk had an absolutely tremendous match on Raw in February, where John Cena put his WrestleMania match on the line. Cena was able to win the match and keep his main event spot. The Rock and John Cena were here once again, and they spent the next month building a match, a rematch. John Cena and The Rock would once again headline WrestleMania. The Rock was going after John, and John went after The Rock, but this time there was a little bit more respect between the two. There were references to Fruity Pebbles, but the story behind this match was that John knew what it meant to fail. He knew how it felt, and he simply could not do that again. We didn't mention it last time, but on the way to their first WrestleMania match, John Cena notoriously called The Rock out for writing his promo on his arm in a completely unscripted moment. It was the first time anybody had seen The Rock off his game. But this time, that real-life animosity was really not as strong. This felt far more professional, and appropriately felt far more like two guys who actually respected each other and were not competing in real life to see who was better. But there was Rock, who was putting a fine point on the fact that John Cena would never be the man. John Cena said he couldn't fail, but The Rock said that, the point of him winning this match was to prove that John Cena would never be able to fill his shoes. There were no guest performers for the entrances at WrestleMania this time. It was John Cena versus The Rock, twice in a lifetime, only this time Cena was challenging for The Rock's WWE Championship. After a ton of back and forth, John Cena hit the AA, and that was it. He pinned The Rock. John Cena got his victory back. He got his title back. His 11th run and his first time with this new championship. He actually got cheered upon victory for the most part. After this match, there was no question as to whether or not John Cena could be the guy, because he was the guy. That said, without anyone ever saying anything about it, John Cena beating The Rock would be his last WrestleMania main event until WrestleMania 41. His last main event for 12 years. John Cena came off of WrestleMania and began a rivalry with Ryback. A couple of months later, Mark Henry showed up on Raw in a salmon jacket. John was getting more cheers and was becoming the Hogan of his era. We were all kind of accepting him. As John was cutting a promo, Mark Henry walked to the ring in his formal attire and placed his wrestling boots on the stage as he approached the ring. He asked John Cena to stay, as Mark Henry had something that he wanted to say. Mark Henry had been in the WWE for the last 17 years. The World's Strongest Man had not always been at the very top of the card, but he had had multiple runs as world champion and was appreciated by all of the fans for how much he had done and how many different eras he had been a part in, how many different generations he had touched. He just never won the WWE Championship. As John Cena stood on the apron, Mark Henry, in his salmon jacket, his slacks, his tie, talked about his journey in wrestling, talked about his family, talked about the fans. He was legitimately crying during this speech, reflecting on his career. Through his tears, he announced that he was retiring from the WWE. After he brought up leaving his daughter at home. I mean, it was emotional. After the speech, John Cena came in the ring, handed Mark Henry the WWE Championship, and he raised Mark Henry's arm. At which point, Mark Henry grabbed him, scooped him up, and slammed him to the mat with a world's strongest slam. Mark Henry tore his jacket off. He ripped open his shirt and screamed over John Cena, asking if Cena thought it would be that easy, letting John Cena know, I got a lot left in the tank. I mean, it was magical television. People bought it hook, line, and sinker. In an instant, Mark Henry became as credible as any John Cena opponent had ever been. Mark turned on the fans, who he said didn't believe in him to start with. John Cena said it was a disrespectful thing to do, but Mark Henry did not care. Mark Henry versus John Cena for the championship would happen at Money in the Bank. This is one of the spots where you'd hear "Let's go Cena, Cena sucks" chants just sounding through the arena. Eventually, John Cena did tap out Mark Henry via the STF to retain the championship. And I've got to say, as much as I love John Cena, I still wish Mark Henry had gotten a run after that fake retirement segment. It was remarkable, and the segment itself still holds up. Next up, John Cena would head to Los Angeles to defend the WWE Championship against Daniel Bryan at SummerSlam. Raw General Manager Brad Maddox allowed John Cena to choose his own opponent. And at the height of Daniel Bryan's support from the fans, John Cena chose Bryan. Mr. McMahon laid on how much Daniel Bryan was not fit to be the face of the WWE. Triple H, on the other hand, was saying that who knows, maybe Daniel Bryan could be the future. Brad Maddox started campaigning to be the official for this championship match, the special guest referee, but then Triple H pedigreed Brad Maddox in front of Mr. McMahon, so the chairman of the board assigned officiating duties to Triple H. The match, for the most part, was called right down the middle, and in the end, Daniel Bryan pinned John Cena to win the WWE Championship. Cena shook both Triple H and Daniel Bryan's hands as he left, and confetti came down to celebrate Daniel Bryan. Then, the plan was revealed. Randy Orton approached the ring with the Money in the Bank briefcase, at which point Triple H turned around and pedigreed Daniel Bryan. The bell rang, and Randy Orton pinned Bryan. Triple H and Mr. McMahon had their champion, and they'd had him the whole time. John Cena showed up on Raw the next night and declared that Daniel Bryan earned the WWE Championship. He also had an elbow that looked like there was a baseball stuck in it. He had been working with a torn tricep, and while he said that was not an excuse, that Daniel Bryan was the better man last night, John said he had taken it as far as he could and that he had to go home and get surgery. The recovery time, they said, was 4 to 6 months. Of course, it was not 4 to 6 months. We're talking about John Cena. It was not 6 months. It was not 4 months. John Cena was back in 2 months. At Hell in a Cell, John Cena came back. WWE was showing video of John Cena's recovery process and his physical rehab. Alberto Del Rio, at this point, was world heavyweight champion, was winning all of his matches with an arm submission, playing on the idea that John Cena was not ready for what Alberto Del Rio had. Nevertheless, John Cena did return at Hell in a Cell to a massive reaction. And not only did John Cena survive, he was able to drop Alberto Del Rio with an AA, and Cena won the World Heavyweight Championship. At one point, he proved how strong the arm actually was by lifting Del Rio with it while he was locked in one of Del Rio's arm submission holds. Alberto Del Rio did get his rematch for the World Heavyweight title at Survivor Series. On the way to the pay-per-view, Alberto Del Rio tried to re-hurt John Cena's arm, slamming it into chairs, into ring posts, into tables, into anything that wasn't nailed to the ground. John Cena was, however, able to walk into Survivor Series and successfully defend his championship against Del Rio. On commentary, JBL started calling him Big Match John Cena, which is something that would stick with John forever. WWE ended 2013 with Triple H deciding that there needed to be only one true champion of the WWE. John Cena held the World Heavyweight Championship, and Randy Orton the WWE Championship. An emphasis was put on the parallel journeys that John Cena and Randy Orton had been on, and how they both, not only, they both represented the company, but there could only be one true champion, one true face, one person to be the representative, to be the guy in WWE. A ladder match was made for the TLC pay-per-view, where both titles would be on the line. A unification match. At one point, John Cena ended up handcuffed to the rope, but he unlatched the rope itself from the ring so he could still climb the ladder. Orton, however, used the leverage of the rope to pull John Cena off the ladder and knock him out cold. In a move that surprised me as a fan, Randy Orton once again was able to beat John Cena, and Randy Orton was the one who became the new unified champion and was announced as the face of the WWE. John Cena was now back on a quest to be champion, which was obviously familiar territory. He got a shot at the title, represented now by 2 belts at the Royal Rumble, but Randy Orton was able to retain. As Orton was locked in the STF, the lights went out and the Wyatts appeared on the apron. They caused the distraction that Orton needed. The Wyatts also attacked John Cena brutally after the match. The Wyatts were a new group that had come up from NXT not too long ago. 2014 had found the WWE at a very interesting spot. Fans were looking for stars like the Wyatts, The Shield, and Daniel Bryan to be at the forefront of the company. They wanted new. But WWE was not ready to let go of the stars that they had spent the last 12 years building. As an example of that, a returning Batista won the Royal Rumble match itself on that night. And Batista, although he was portrayed as a good guy, was feverishly booed for winning the Rumble. John Cena qualified for the Elimination Chamber match that year, where Randy would defend the championship. However, once again, the lights would go out, and somehow the Wyatts appeared inside the Elimination Chamber. They put down Daniel Bryan, but all of their focus went to attacking John Cena. John was hit with his sister Abigail by Bray, and Randy Orton pinned him, eliminating John from the chamber match, and with it, his chances of going to WrestleMania as champion. John Cena made a declaration on Monday Night Raw that although the WWE Universe wanted change, in his WWE, success would have to be earned, and the future was going to go through John Cena. It was really interesting to see John Cena begin to take his shape as the old guard, as the veteran. Maybe it was the only place to go after beating The Rock, when there was nothing left to prove. Bray Wyatt was so different. His meandering, and I don't mean that negatively, cryptic promos would boil down what John Cena's true fears were. The idea that Cena's success was empty. Bray was on a quest to destroy John Cena, not just the wrestler, but John Cena's legacy, and expose the entire thing as being fraudulent. He wanted to expose John and his goals as being motivated by selfishness and greed. John and Bray told a fabulous story on their way to WrestleMania 30, where they had their first match. Not a title match, not a main event. John Cena was in the middle of the card with an opponent who hadn't even been on the main roster a year before. Bray's WrestleMania entrance was incredible. Voodoo dancers inspired by New Orleans gave way for Bray's theme to be performed live. as he slowly walked to the ring for the biggest match of his career. John Cena came to the ring with the lights up and that familiar anthem blaring as he ran down the ramp all by himself. Much as John would do to Cody Rhodes later, Bray put John Cena's morality to the test. He kneeled in the ring, begging John Cena to hit him with a chair, willing to take the pain to prove that he was right about Cena. John did not, however, and when Bray set up for that Sister Abigail, Cena was able to reverse it and hit Bray with an attitude adjustment for the win. Before he left the ring to celebrate with children in the audience, John had a look of disbelief on his face. Like Bray Wyatt had gotten Cena closer to breaking his moral code than anyone had before. Cena's rivalry with the Wyatts continued. The Wyatts started making claims that even in loss, Bray was winning over John Cena's fan base. Bray said that John's fans were starting to see the truth in him and that they were siding with Bray Wyatt. One memorable display of this was when Bray led a children's choir to the ring. Children that would have before been cheering for John Cena were now all singing, "He's got the whole world in his hands." The choir all put on Wyatt sheep masks to demonstrate how much control Bray had over the fan base that John Cena cared so much about. Bray and Cena had a rematch at Extreme Rules in a steel cage match to avoid the Wyatts from interfering, which did not work at all. However, John Cena was still almost able to win when he was ready for it, and he went to escape the steel cage through the door. This little kid appeared, staring into John Cena's soul. He started singing into the mic, "He's got the whole world," with this weird voice modulation happening. As John started backtracking, totally creeped out by this weird kid, maybe it was the same kid from Brussels, Bray caught him with a Sister Abigail, and then Wyatt escaped the cage, defeating John Cena and embracing this child as one of the Wyatt's own. The rubber match between Cena and Wyatt would come at the Payback pay-per-view. Act 3 of the story was about John Cena realizing that he had to stop Bray Wyatt because nothing else was going to be able to. The two of them had a last man standing match, which John Cena won by AAing Bray through like storage case and then stacking other storage cases on top of the broken one that Bray was stuck in. John Cena was in that year's Money in the Bank ladder match between himself, Bray Wyatt, Randy Orton, Cesaro, Roman Reigns, Sheamus, Alberto Del Rio, and Kane. After becoming champion at WrestleMania 30, Daniel Bryan had been forced to vacate his championship due to injury. Therefore, this match was not for the briefcase, but for the championship itself. Finally, John Cena was able to stop Randy Orton with an AA, climb the ladder, and much to the disapproval of Triple H, become the WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Triple H and Stephanie McMahon offered John Cena the opportunity to do things the easy way, but Cena declined, opting specifically for the hard way. So he was put into a fatal four-way match at Battleground, defending against Randy Orton, against Kane, and against a pretty new Roman Reigns. In the match, John was able to pin Kane and retain his championship at Battleground. Big match John was the man. Until what came next, which was Brock Lesnar. Cena had dealt with Brock Lesnar in 2002. He had dealt with Brock Lesnar after WrestleMania 28, but this was a different Brock Lesnar. This was a Brock Lesnar who had Paul Heyman in his corner. More importantly, this was a Brock Lesnar that 4 months prior had beaten the streak. For better or worse, Brock Lesnar beating The Undertaker's WrestleMania undefeated streak made Lesnar a dominant monster on a different level than anyone had ever seen. Most fans, I think myself included, assumed that The Undertaker would retire with his undefeated WrestleMania streak intact. But did Brock Lesnar beat the streak just so John Cena could have the opportunity to prove that he could conquer someone no one thought could be conquered? We thought that probably yes. The short answer was no. The match between Brock Lesnar and John Cena, well, it's pretty notorious. It was actually uncomfortable to watch. Most wrestling fans really didn't know how to take it. After exchanging really realistic-looking blows, probably because they were real for maybe a minute, Brock Lesnar hit an FU and went to cover John Cena, but it was too early. John Cena did kick out. Brock Lesnar was smiling, though. After that, Brock hit John Cena with a German suplex. Then another one. And then another one. Every time John Cena would try to fight back, Lesnar would smother him, hit him, choke him, and suplex him. This was the match that actually gave birth to Suplex City after John Cena was hit by 16 of them. There was no comeback. There was no hero moment. Brock hit another FU, and he beat John Cena for the championship. It completely altered what it meant to be WWE champion forever. It also forever changed how superstars could be used. The traditional narrative rules were completely thrown out the window, and it turned Brock Lesnar into something completely different. But in the moment, it made us all feel terrible. Once Brock Lesnar won the title, it was once again redesigned. No longer represented by two belts, now a single title with the new, current WWE logo in the center. This would be the belt that represented the WWE Championship until Roman Reigns replaced it with the gold version of today that Cody has held and Cena would also later get to hold. John Cena got his rematch against Brock Lesnar at Night of Champions. The match itself would start similarly to SummerSlam, which gave us all hideous flashbacks. But all of a sudden, John would start to mount the comeback. He started to have his hero moment that he never got at SummerSlam. His resolve was on full display. John Cena AA'd Brock Lesnar, but the match ended in a disqualification when Seth Rollins interfered, hitting John Cena with his own Money in the Bank briefcase. Rollins attempted to cash in, but he caught a beat down from John Cena immediately before he had gotten the opportunity. Then, of course, Brock Lesnar ended things with an F5 to John Cena. One of the many, many things that made Lesnar's WWE Championship title reign controversial was the fact that he was a part-time superstar. Up until then, Jack Tunney had informed that all of us that a champion must defend his title every 30 days. It was the rule. We all knew it. This was now out the window, as WWE had a champion that was not going to be on TV for months at a time. But it was Brock Lesnar. He redefined everything. John Cena and Randy Orton once again reignited their rivalry. Now two veterans who went to Hell in a Cell, the pay-per-view, to meet inside the actual structure, with the winner being guaranteed a future WWE Championship match against Brock. The match itself was pushed as this being one of the greatest rivalries in WWE history that had been built for over a decade. In the end, Randy Orton would take an AA through a table off the top rope, and John would get the victory. John Cena's next battle would be with the Authority, because we all know these authority figures, they hate John Cena. See, they made another offer for John Cena to join them, and John Cena rejected it once again. So, a 5-on-5 elimination match was made for Survivor Series. Mr. McMahon added the stipulation that if Team Cena was able to beat Team Authority, the Authority would completely lose power. But if the Authority won, then they were going to fire all of the members of John Cena's team for being against them. It made it tough for John Cena to find a team, but he did it. It was risky, but he did it. Cena ended up teaming with Dolph Ziggler, Ryback, The Big Show, and Eric Rowan, while the Authority had a team captained by Seth Rollins with Intercontinental Champion Luke Harper, Kane, Rusev, and Mark Henry. After The Big Show turned on his own team, knocking out Cena in an effort to curry favor with the Authority just in case Cena's team did not win, Rollins pinned John Cena and eliminated him. Regardless of all of this, Team Authority still lost after Sting made a surprise appearance, his first ever appearance in the WWE, walking to the ring, dropping Triple H with a Scorpion Death Drop, and dragging Dolph Ziggler on top of Seth Rollins, leaving Dolph Ziggler as the sole survivor for Team Cena. If you did not live through this, I would understand why it sounded like a Mad Libs. Cena was given sole power to reinstate the Authority. At TLC, John Cena defeated Seth Rollins in a match where Cena's championship opportunity against Brock Lesnar was on the line. On the last Raw of the year, Edge was brought in to be a special guest host who, of course, had a deep history with John Cena. When Rollins and The Big Show attacked Edge, captured him, and threatened to hurt him because of the neck injury, John Cena was forced to reinstate the Authority in an effort to have them let Edge go. Once back in power, the Authority added Seth Rollins to John Cena's upcoming championship match, which did indeed make it a triple threat. Now, of course, the Authority then fired John Cena's Survivor Series teammates once they were back in power, but John Cena was able to win their jobs back in a match. The triple threat match between John Cena, Seth Rollins, and Brock Lesnar for the WWE Championship, it was made for the 2015 Royal Rumble pay-per-view, and it was tremendous. Brock was the beast. Seth, who still, by the way, had his Money in the Bank briefcase, had the Authority watching his back. And John Cena, well, John Cena was John Cena. John showed up wanting to fight Seth and the Authority, but also wanting to avenge his loss against Brock Lesnar. John Cena was booed in Philly. He took it in stride. Also, it was nothing like that year's Royal Rumble winner was going to receive. Just keep in mind it was 2015. But Brock Lesnar was taken out of the match when Seth Rollins hit a dive from the ring outside to the commentary table, putting Brock Lesnar through it. The boos had turned into "this is awesome" chants. The match really was great. All three of them showed a different side of themselves. It was the best we maybe ever had seen Seth Rollins up until that point, but John Cena was also working on a different level. Seth had Cena finished until Lesnar re-entered, suplexed both Rollins and Cena, and pinned Rollins after an F5. Coming off of the Royal Rumble, Triple H told the audience that John Cena was the past. John Cena was going to have to prove them wrong. Cena was out of the world title picture. He was put into a match at Fastlane with the undefeated Rusev for Rusev's United States Championship. The idea was that there was a new crop of talent coming in. John was not a kid anymore. It was up to John to take things to a new level, to match this new crop. This was OG Rusev, by the way. Rusev was on a roll, beating everybody. And honestly, Fastlane would be no different. Rusev locked the accolade onto Cena. And Cena tried to fight out. At one point, picking up Rusev while Cena had Rusev like on his back, you know? However, Lana was there and distracted the referee, at which point Rusev hit John Cena with a barefoot low blow. And Cena, while he did not give up, was put back into the accolade and passed out while he was in it. As much as people booed John Cena, they were absolutely stunned, quiet, when Rusev beat him. John Cena looked for a rematch against Rusev, but Stephanie McMahon made the decision that John would only get the rematch if Rusev agreed. And if Rusev didn't, then John Cena would not have a match at WrestleMania for the first time in 11 years. John Cena showed a new level of aggression leading to this match. He attacked Rusev, locking him in an STF and refusing to release it until Lana granted the match, which she did. Rusev was still undefeated, and contextually, he was a foreign menace holding the United States Championship. John Cena's patriotism was pushed big as Rusev went to WrestleMania declaring the dominance of Russia over the United States of America. It was some old school wrestling. Rusev was so ready for battle that he drove a tank into WrestleMania 31 as part of his entrance, as the Russian national anthem played and cannons were fired. Once the match got going, Rusev was able to escape the STF, but after Lana attempted to distract unsuccessfully, he didn't escape the AA. After looking like he had given it everything, John Cena, a 15-time world champion, had won the United States title once again. This is important to note in terms of John Cena being there to be whatever player the WWE needed him to be. Only 2 years before this, he had beaten The Rock for the WWE title in the main event of WrestleMania. Now, a new part of his career had begun. For his legacy, coming off of WrestleMania 31, it was so important for John Cena. He was still getting booed by the cool to boo the good guys crowd, and they were singing the John Cena Sucks song to the melody of his theme song. And he was unfazed as usual. On the night after WrestleMania, he appeared as the United States champion. And he said that he had wanted to win the United States title so he could give the crowd championship matches. John, on that Monday, announced a United States Championship Open Challenge. Instead of Rusev or a big bad guy responding, Dean Ambrose appeared. And just like that, we had Dean Ambrose versus John Cena on Monday Night Raw for the United States Championship. John would win a competitive match, then show up the next week and do the same thing with which Stardust responded to. Next was Bad News Barrett in the UK, then Corporate Kane. He did it all the way until Extreme Rules, where he beat Rusev in a Russian chain match to retain the United States Championship. Then went right back to the Open Challenge. It had really become a highlight of the show. Big Match John Cena was having championship matches every week, many times against opponents who would never otherwise get a John Cena match. And the matches, by the way, were really good. Cena, especially when he was in there with new talent, would show a completely new side of himself. And because he was facing so many different opponents, he was having to wrestle matches that looked different every week. It wasn't simply 5 moves of doom and boom. The spirit of the US Open Challenge really took shape when in Montreal, Sami Zayn responded. Because they were in Montreal, Sami Zayn was introduced by Bret Hart, and the crowd went bonkers for him. Zayn had not been called up from NXT, but with the WWE Network being in full effect, fans knew what was going on down there more so than they ever had before. There was also the spectacle of this for the fans that were very educated, for the fans that watched beyond just WWE. For the fans that had watched independent wrestling and Ring of Honor, the idea of seeing John Cena versus El Generico on Raw for a championship was unbelievable. Sami Zayn would unfortunately end up hurting his shoulders during his entrance of all times, but would still wrestle the match and have a great match regardless. After Sami Zayn, John Cena beat Neville, and then he beat Rusev once again at Payback in an I Quit match, which was called their final chapter, even though it was Lana who had quit on behalf of Rusev. After Payback, John Cena was attacked on Raw by NXT champion Kevin Owens. This was such a cool moment, as people couldn't believe, number one, that Kevin Owens was even in WWE or on the main roster, and number two, that he was being portrayed as a genuine, real threat to John Cena, as a true danger. Kevin Owens at that point was calling himself a prize fighter. He valued his NXT championship over John Cena's United States title. He stood on top of Cena after a pop-up powerbomb, opting to hold up his NXT championship and step on the U.S. title. As a prize fighter, Kevin Owens agreed to a match to answer the open challenge, but only a match on pay-per-view at the Elimination Chamber event. They went to the match, and once we got there, Kevin Owens caught John Cena with a pop-up powerbomb. And just like that, pinned him. An unbelievable moment. The United States title was not on the line, but to the shock of the WWE Universe, Kevin Owens, the former Kevin Steen, had pinned John Cena on pay-per-view clean. John would get his win back at the Money in the Bank pay-per-view after an AA. But after humbly shaking John Cena's hand as John told Kevin Owens, "You belong here in WWE," Kevin Owens attacked him and powerbombed John Cena on the apron. Kevin Owens was being portrayed as so strong here. Any of us that have watched independent wrestling or that have watched NXT or were just watching WWE looking for something different, we were glued to this. At Battleground, Cena and Owens had their rubber match, this time for the United States Championship. John Cena was able to tap out Kevin Owens in the STF and retain his title. But these Kevin Owens matches were classic. And as the Kevin Owens rivalry was happening, John was also having other open challenge matches with Zack Ryder, with Cesaro, and more. By the time the summer was halfway over, fans were looking at John Cena in a completely new light, as the style of pro wrestling in the WWE had become far more athletic and far more matched the style that was happening outside of the WWE. John Cena had risen to the occasion and matched it. In fact, John Cena's title reign was such an event. It allowed him to question the integrity of the run Seth Rollins had been having as WWE champion since he cashed in and won it at WrestleMania. John Cena and Seth Rollins, they'd wrestle on Raw and even had an incident where Seth legit broke Cena's nose completely. I mean, smeared it across his face with a knee that hit John Cena directly in the center of the gourd. At SummerSlam, a champion versus champion match was made with both titles on the line. Seth Rollins looked to legitimize his title reign, while John Cena looked to stick it to Seth Rollins and the Authority by tying the reign of Triple H's mentor Ric Flair and becoming a 16-time world champion. That was part of the story. If I win this match, I'll not only be the champion, but I'll tie the reign of your mentor, and then you'll have to admit how great I am. Seth Rollins actually ended up winning the match, taking home both titles. He was able to pin John Cena after interference from Jon Stewart, yes, the host of The Daily Show. It actually got a massive pop in Brooklyn when Jon Stewart interfered, but it didn't have any actual follow-up, which people were okay with in 2015 because it was Jon Stewart. Seth would have to defend both titles at the Night of Champions pay-per-view independently. He lost the United States Championship back to John Cena before he was able to successfully defend the WWE Championship against Sting in Sting's last WWE match. The open challenges after Seth continued, seeing John Cena defend against Xavier Woods, Big E, Dolph Ziggler, until it finally ended at the Hell in a Cell pay-per-view. John hit the ring in the opening match to offer an open challenge, which was met by Zeb Coulter, who was sitting on an electric scooter. Zeb had previously acted as a mouthpiece to Jack Swagger. Zeb, Dutch Mantel, introduced a returning Alberto Del Rio, who in that return match, his first match back, pinned John Cena and became the United States champion. John Cena would take a hiatus after this match. It was the beginning of the next transition in John's career. He had achieved so much in WWE that his fame was going beyond wrestling. He began more seriously pursuing hosting and acting opportunities. He did, at long last, return to the WWE on the last Raw of 2015 to challenge Alberto Del Rio, but Alberto Del Rio's group, the League of Nations, would be there to break up the pin, interfere, and have the match end in a disqualification. John, after that, would leave once again, this time for shoulder surgery. At WrestleMania 32, The Rock arrived and was confronted by the Wyatt family in a surprise segment, and John Cena, returning way early again, made a surprise appearance to back up The Rock. The fans went nuts, cheering when they saw that John Cena was back for another WrestleMania. He didn't miss it. John wouldn't come back to the roster full-time, though, until the summer of 2016 began. And when he got back, he was immediately confronted by AJ Styles, a new member of the WWE roster. AJ Styles turned heel, teaming up with his old cohorts, Gallows and Anderson, and they attacked John Cena together as the Club. At the Money in the Bank pay-per-view, we got our first John Cena versus AJ Styles match advertised as a dream match, and it was. Specifically because this was a post-US Open Challenge John Cena. This was a John Cena who had advanced his wrestling skills with every year that he had competed. John called himself the face that runs the place, and again wanted to ensure that the future of the WWE ran through him. AJ had said that the reason that he turned on John Cena was because he knew that guys like John Cena buried guys like him. A reflection of the idea that non-WWE stars never prosper in WWE the way homegrown stars do, which was an old stereotype from the WCW days. Once the match hit, after the referee went down, the Club, Anderson and Gallows, ran in, and they took out John Cena, which allowed AJ Styles to get the win via pinfall. AJ Styles came off of the pay-per-view bragging about the fact that AJ Styles beat John Cena. He and the Club started the beat up John Cena catchphrase. What are you going to do? Beat up John Cena. At Battleground, John was able to find friends in Enzo Amore and Big Cass to take on AJ Styles and the Club in a six-man tag. This was a massive opportunity for Enzo and Cass, who at that point were absolutely beloved and also new call-ups from NXT. Cena's team got the win when John Cena pinned AJ Styles. So when it was time to have another singles match, John Cena and AJ Styles went at it again at SummerSlam. This time, AJ promised to do it without the Club, to do it on his own, to prove that he was better than John Cena. This would be the actual one-on-one dream match. And after a phenomenal forearm, without interference, AJ Styles beat John Cena, middle of the ring. John briefly stepped away while AJ went on to win the WWE Championship. This is peak AJ Styles in WWE, the best. Once he did, John Cena returned to challenge AJ Styles. However, Dean Ambrose argued that he was the one who was owed a rematch as he had lost his title to AJ Styles. So a triple threat match was made for No Mercy. AJ Styles ended up tapping out to both superstars simultaneously while they both had holes on him. So the match was restarted since there was no single winner. Styles took advantage of the no disqualification rule and pinned John Cena after attacking him with a steel chair. As champion, AJ Styles was now calling himself the face that runs the place, especially because he had beaten John Cena. After No Mercy, John Cena stepped away again, this time for the rest of the year. He returned for the Royal Rumble to have one more match with AJ Styles, this time for the WWE Championship. On the way to the match, AJ pushed that John Cena was no longer needed in the WWE, that they could all do it without him. AJ said John Cena would never be as good as him in the wrestling ring, and that John would never be as good as The Rock in Hollywood. Fighting words. Hollywood was a big part of the story now. AJ bringing forward that John Cena was no longer committed to wrestling was the same thing that John Cena had done to The Rock a few years before. The AJ Styles John Cena Royal Rumble match is my favorite of the three singles matches. It's amazing. Both John Cena and AJ Styles legitimately were there showing the world why the two of them should be considered the best wrestlers on the planet. After multiple AAs, John Cena won the match, finally getting the championship back. The crowd went nuts as John Cena won the title for the 16th time, officially tying Ric Flair's record, but all done within the confines of the WWE. A month later, he defended the title in the Elimination Chamber, and he lost it after he was shockingly eliminated by Bray Wyatt, who would then eliminate AJ Styles to walk out of the Elimination Chamber as the new WWE Champion. Ironically, the guy that Cena beat at WrestleMania 30 would be able to walk in to WrestleMania 32 as WWE Champion, Bray Wyatt. He was given a rematch on SmackDown, but he lost in a triple threat to Bray Wyatt and AJ Styles. The triple threat was also really good at another match where Wyatt pinned John Cena. As WrestleMania season approached, Miz and John Cena started a rivalry that harkened back to WrestleMania 27. Miz pointed out John Cena's hypocrisy and his lack of commitment to WWE. John Cena pointed out the derivative nature of Miz and his wrestling and his character and his career. It would get to a point where Maurice slapped John Cena across the face, and then Nikki Bella came in to have John Cena's back. John Cena and Nikki Bella had been a public couple as so much of their relationship had been shown on the Total Divas, then the Total Bellas reality show. Miz and Maurice were a known married couple. Miz and Maurice did parody segments based on John and Nikki's relationship segments from the reality shows. Miz and Maurice made fun of them as a couple for not being engaged, for not being married, for not having a family, while their relationship, they said, was real. It felt a little personal, a little soap opera-y, but Nikki and John were both reality show people now, so it kind of made sense. At WrestleMania, with Al Roker, who had named himself Chocolate Thunder as the guest ring announcer, Miz and Maurice faced John Cena and Nikki Bella in a mixed tag team match. John had gotten to a phase in his career where any boos that he was getting had become respectful boos. He was already an absolute legend of WWE. After a simultaneous AA and Rack Attack 2.0, John Cena and Nikki Bella won the match. But in a much bigger moment, John Cena, real life, proposed to Nikki by her shoot name in the middle of the ring at WrestleMania post-match. John and Nikki's mothers were both in the front row. There were hugs and kisses and tears. It was beautiful, especially from a guy like John Cena, who had never really made his personal life all that public. After this, John would go away for another couple months. When he returned on the 4th of July, John Cena was declared a free agent in the WWE, able to move between Raw and SmackDown. His first story, since it was July 4th, Independence Day, another match with Rusev at Battleground, this time in a flag match. In this flag match, it was a little different. You not only had to remove your country's flag from the ring post, but then you had to walk it all the way up the aisle and put it in a podium that was positioned in the entrance ramp. John got the job done after AAing Rusev through two tables that were right next to the podium. And John Cena almost beat WWE Champion Jinder Mahal on SmackDown, but Baron Corbin interfered and caused a DQ. Then, Baron Corbin, who was holding the Money in the Bank briefcase, went for the cash-in. But after Corbin realized that Cena was still up, it caused a distraction. Jinder Mahal rolled up Corbin for the win. He failed his Money in the Bank cash-in. The failed cash-in brought John Cena and Baron Corbin to SummerSlam in a match between the two of them. John Cena toyed with Baron Corbin for most of the beginning of the match. At one point, even put JBL's cowboy hat on. After Baron Corbin did get some offense in, John Cena hit the AA, and he beat Baron Corbin. Cena's next match was really what this return was all about. At No Mercy, Roman Reigns faced John Cena. The big dog had won the Royal Rumble. He had won the WWE Championship. He had beaten The Undertaker at WrestleMania. He was clearly being built using the John Cena playbook. The fans, however, were reacting arguably even worse than they had with John Cena. It was not terribly mixed. Roman was getting booed everywhere. But this match was designed to pass the torch. Even though it wasn't on a top 4 pay-per-view, it wasn't in the main event of this show, but it was still Cena versus Roman. We all knew what we were seeing. The promo battles between Roman and Cena were notorious because of how tough they were. It was like John and The Rock had been, but with the roles reversed. John knew how hard that he had to fight to get his spot, especially with The Rock right there, and he wasn't going to let anyone go through anything less. I think John probably felt like he had achieved a certain level because it wasn't easy. And the last thing that he wanted to do was make it easy and leave somebody unprepared. John said that Roman Reigns, he said this on live TV into a microphone in the middle of an arena, was protected by the audience. Was protected by the office. And that John didn't respect Roman. John said the only reason Roman was still wrestling. John said the only reason Roman was still wrestling was because Roman couldn't do his job. When Roman struggled to find the words he wanted to say, John told Roman he was going to have to learn how to cut a promo live on Raw, building up to a pay-per-view. I mean, it was rough. Roman said he didn't respect John either. He said John was a company yes man. He said John was a fake, and the WWE didn't need him. Because time is a circle. John was cheered, and Roman was booed. No matter what John did, Cena could not put away Roman Reigns once the match hit, even after multiple AAs. Eventually, Roman caught John Cena with a Superman punch and then a spear. Roman Reigns won the match clean. After a show of respect, Cena left Roman to stand tall in the ring, maybe admitting that he could leave because Roman was indeed doing his job. Cena would still come back a bit later on, when SmackDown needed a 5th member of their Survivor Series team in November. Shane McMahon, Bobby Roode, Shinsuke Nakamura, Randy Orton, and John Cena would be the ones representing SmackDown against Raw, that was represented by Kurt Angle, Braun Strowman, Finn Balor, Samoa Joe, and Triple H. It's really remarkable how many people in this match had been a part of John Cena's career at various different times. Ironically, as he did in John Cena's first WWE match, Kurt Angle would pin John Cena, eliminating him from the Survivor Series match. John would go away again, but he would be back for the Royal Rumble. However, in the Royal Rumble match, John was unsuccessful. Then he had an Elimination Chamber qualifying match against Finn Balor on Monday Night Raw, which he won. On his way to the Chamber, John Cena also beat The Miz on Raw. But Rollins was able to beat Cena on the way there. Cena also lost the Elimination Chamber match in 2018, along with The Miz, Elias, Finn Balor, and Seth Rollins, who were all eliminated by Braun Strowman. Roman Reigns was able to eliminate Braun Strowman and win the Chamber match that year. John was on a quest to get to WrestleMania. He had lost the Royal Rumble. He had lost the Chamber. But then he beat AJ Styles on SmackDown to qualify for a 6-pack challenge at Fastlane. AJ would defend his title against Cena, Dolph Ziggler, Baron Corbin, Kevin Owens, and Sami Zayn. Unfortunately, AJ Styles would retain his title. John Cena failed. He knew that he only had one more shot. He wasn't going to WrestleMania to face a champion. He wasn't going to WrestleMania as a champion. So he went on Monday Night Raw and did the only thing he thought he could do to get to WrestleMania. He challenged the other person who he thought had to be at WrestleMania. He challenged The Undertaker. John Cena said that he'd been told the Undertaker match was an impossibility, that it simply wasn't going to happen, but John wouldn't stop. He kept calling out the Undertaker. He faced Kane and was doing the Undertaker spots in the match. He said straight up into the microphone, "I'm not supposed to do this. But Undertaker, I challenge you to a match at WrestleMania." He got no response from The Undertaker whatsoever. So, he said he was going anyway. John Cena, without a match, for the first time since WrestleMania 20, bought a ticket to WrestleMania 34. He sat out in the crowd. He got there early. He wore long jeans, not jorts. He was there for the whole pre-show and part of the main show. He was eating popcorn. He was reacting to what he saw. He was sitting with the fans. However, once the show was on, at one point a referee went into the crowd and whispered something into John's ear. Then John jumped the guardrail and ran up the ramp to the back mid-show. He had apparently been told that The Undertaker is here. John made his entrance, and the lights went out. Then Elias showed up. Yes, Elias. John Cena quickly took down Elias with the 5 moves of doom, got out of the ring and started to walk away. Then it happened. As John Cena was walking up the aisle, the lights went out and the bong rang out. John Cena looked back at the ring as the lights were coming back up, and the coat and the hat that The Undertaker had left in the ring at last year's WrestleMania appeared back in the ring at this year's WrestleMania. And The Undertaker walked out. He was back. The match began. It was happening. The Undertaker went right for John Cena. Strikes, flying clothesline, shoulder block, old school, snake eyes, big boot, leg drop, choke slam, dodge. Cena sets up the "you can't see me," Undertaker sit up, tombstone, Undertaker wins. That was it. In just a few minutes, The Undertaker put John Cena down. Squash would be an understatement. I always looked at this as John Cena wanting to preserve the asset of The Undertaker for the WWE as long as he could. Even if it meant going down to The Undertaker like this at WrestleMania, maybe it would give us a little more time with the dead man. Coming off of WrestleMania, John Cena had fully graduated. There's top of the card, and then there's somewhere else. Up there is where John Cena lived. He was beyond a veteran. He was an active, working legend. So where do you go from getting squashed at WrestleMania? How do you juggle Hollywood and being the biggest WWE superstar in the world? And when is it officially time to simply say goodbye? We'll talk about all of that and more in our 4th and final part of the story of John Cena, the GOAT. Hey guys, it's Sam Roberts. Welcome to a very special episode of Not Sam Wrestling, part of a very special series of Not Sam Wrestling. I don't know if we've ever done a series before, but I don't think there's ever been a more fitting reason to do a series of shows. You know, I have done in the past these special shows that revolve around certain stories, whether they be the story of a character, whether they be a storyline, whether they be a period of time, just stuff that has inspired me, and it's inspired me because of the way it makes wrestling fans feel, the way we all feel a certain way about this stuff, and I didn't think there was anybody more appropriate to do a podcast for than John Cena. But as John Cena is one of, if not the only wrestlers in history to come into the WWE, basically a blank slate, and leave the GOAT. To watch this 23-year career is one of the most amazing, fascinating things that I've ever seen, and that's why I wanted us all to get together and to talk about this, and not just the minutia, not just this match or that match, not the generalities either. And I wanted to talk about step by step the career and the story of John Cena in the WWE, and I knew we would never fit it in to one podcast, and that's why we're here to talk about this 23-year story over a series of episodes, and we've gotten to the end. You know, when we were previously talking about the career of John Cena, he was on the verge of missing his first WrestleMania in 14 years because he had no path to get there. He had no path to a match. In what would kind of turn out, I think, to be a double-edged sword, he challenged The Undertaker, a dream WrestleMania match, and it gave him his WrestleMania match, but it ended in a complete squash with John staring at the lights. All that said, John Cena was on to a completely different stage of his career, a stage where he wasn't on television every week, where he wasn't able to headline every pay-per-view. For as long as all of us fans had booed John Cena, once John was gone, and once he was gone for big periods of time, I think that we really started to appreciate how much he had given us, how much he had done in the name of telling stories in the world of pro wrestling. So now we look at the last chapter of John Cena's career as we conclude this Not Sam Wrestling special series. This is the story of John Cena, part 4, The GOAT. After losing to The Undertaker at WrestleMania, John Cena advanced even further in his WWE career. As Hollywood came calling, John was around far less. John would go from a rookie to the man to a legend to an attraction. Now, when John showed up to the WWE, it was an event. WWE, after WrestleMania had 34, entered into an unprecedented deal to bring their brand of entertainment to Saudi Arabia in a series of special events over the course of several years. The first event was called the Greatest Royal Rumble, and it featured a card full of what most would consider super or mega matches, including the first ever 50-man Royal Rumble Battle Royal match. At the show, John Cena faced Triple H in what would be their last encounter. John Cena and Triple H were looked at as two legends, two undeniable future Hall of Famers that were colliding for one last time. This was a far cry from WrestleMania 21. John Cena was able to pin Triple H after 2 AAs on the first match of WWE's first Saudi show. Later that year, WWE would broadcast a show from Australia for the first time. They'd been in Australia, but they'd never broadcast a show, especially a live one. This was another super card. This one was called Super Showdown. At Showdown, John teamed with Bobby Lashley to take on Kevin Owens and Elias. John was already different. He was growing out his hair. He was already being called the greatest of all time by Michael Cole. He was also physically beginning to kind of lean out. He had graduated, as he was only here taking a break from a movie that he had been filming in China with Jackie Chan. Australia got to see the greatest hits, a 5-knuckle shuffle, an AA, and after a 6th move of doom that he appeared to have learned from Jackie Chan, I'm going to see if I can get this right, the Shan Dian Tuan To, John Cena pinned Elias, and he thanked Melbourne, Australia, as he had Saudi Arabia at the Greatest Royal Rumble. He did, in his promo, say that he had no idea what the future would hold, so he was living in the present. It's interesting to consider that if it's possible that even as far back as 2018, he was already considering his retirement. Cena was back the next year. That's how long it would be. The next year at the first SmackDown of 2019, when on New Year's Day, he teamed with Becky Lynch to face Andrade and Zelina. Becky Lynch at this point was the most popular superstar on the WWE roster, male or female. So popular, in fact, that even though John caught Andrade with an AA and all the moves that people wanted to see, it was Becky Lynch who got the decision when Zelina tapped out to Becky's disarm her. Becky had already told John Cena on that night that she was there to replace him, that the man existed to replace John Cena. And after the match, we got the now iconic interaction of John Cena going to Becky Lynch for the handshake and Becky faking him out and hitting him with a "you can't see me." I mean, it was vintage The Man. On the next Raw, John Cena showed up and declared that he was entering the Royal Rumble match. But after an interruption from Drew McIntyre and a melee, a match was made where Cena would team with Seth Rollins and Finn Balor against Drew McIntyre, Bobby Lashley, and Dean Ambrose. Team Cena was the one that was victorious. The next week, John Cena cut a promo with Mr. McMahon explaining how Mr. McMahon had always been there for John and that John had always been there for Vince. He asked McMahon for an opportunity at the WWE Championship, but this was interrupted again by Drew McIntyre and then by Baron Corbin and Finn Balor. A fatal four-way match was made with Finn Balor, Drew, Baron Corbin, and John Cena, with the winner getting a title shot at the Royal Rumble. It'd be Finn Balor that won this four-way when he pinned John Cena, and Cena cut a promo after the match, putting Finn Balor over. John didn't make it to the title match. He didn't even make it to the Royal Rumble in 2019 as he had a storyline injury, and he'd be gone after that. He did, however, not miss WrestleMania 35. At WrestleMania, Elias sat in the middle of the ring on a stool performing songs for a stadium full of people. But before he could start one song, as he just begun to strum that guitar, newsreel footage of Babe Ruth started playing. Then, Word Life hit the Titantron. Out came John Cena, a surprise for everybody at WrestleMania 35 in Giant Stadium or MetLife or whatever it's called now, with a throwback Yankees jersey on, his Reebok pumps, and a chain around his neck with a lock on it. Cena didn't say anything. He rapped it. He brought back the Doctor of Thugonomics, and it was glorious. He even went inside and talked about burying Elias's push. He ended saying there'd be no AA, but Elias was going to get the FU, the original non-PG name for Cena's move. And Elias caught that FU right then and there. It was a feel-good moment, and it allowed Cena's WrestleMania streak of appearances to stay intact. Cena would be gone again, and in July, WWE promoted an episode of Raw called Raw Reunion, which John Cena was not only on, but started the show. He started it with a promo. He was emotional for a moment as he was talking about the fact that he wasn't around as often anymore. Then the day one-ish Usos interrupted Cena and said, in an effort to make the show lit, that's what they said, their words, not mine, the Usos and Cena should drop some rhymes. I do agree with that. John Cena, in his rhymes, brought up the Usos' mugshots. And then Rikishi came out. Seeing Rikishi rhyme and then dance with John Cena was kind of remarkable, being that he was rapping back and forth with John Cena, Rikishi was, that is, in 2002, when John Cena's rap gimmick first started. Cena didn't come back to WWE until the next year after that. That was it for 2019. Just as the WrestleMania build was starting, at the very end of February, John Cena returned to SmackDown in Boston to cut a promo. By then, he was GOAT Cena. Everybody was going nuts as soon as he walked out of the entryway. On this night, to the disappointment of Boston, John announced that he was not competing at WrestleMania 36. He said that he was leaving WrestleMania to the current crop of WWE superstars, the future. He said he listened to the WWE audience, and that's how he knew what they wanted. He got booed when he made the announcement that he wasn't going to take a WrestleMania spot, and he did even more when he said he really didn't even know when he was going to be back. There was one superstar, however, that would not accept John Cena bowing out. As John was exiting the ring and walking back up the ramp, the lights went out. And behind him, in the entryway, appeared the character that a ghost from John Cena's past, Bray Wyatt, was now personifying. The Fiend. Part of Bray's story revolved around the idea that Cena had beaten him all those years ago, that Cena didn't put him over. The Fiend pointed to the WrestleMania sign, and John Cena first listened to the audience, and as they cheered, he tipped his hat, accepting the Fiend's challenge for a match at WrestleMania. Then a thing happened to the world that we couldn't have ever expected. A global pandemic. Live gatherings were banned. SmackDown started taking place in an empty performance center. No audience whatsoever. John and Bray would build this match in front of no one. Empty chairs. John cut a great promo. He started talking about how, as many times as he lost, no one ever said that he got buried. He talked about all the famous people that had beat John Cena, but nobody ever said John Cena gets buried. John never blamed anybody else, the way that some blame him for their failures. John said he was accepting the challenge because he was going to take Bray out, and he said it was going to be uncomfortable. In his promo, he said something that was so important. He said that this WrestleMania match was going to accomplish what should have been accomplished 6 years ago, ending the existence of the most overhyped, overvalued, overprivileged WWE superstar in existence. Bray Wyatt said that John Cena really doesn't care about the future. He only cares about John Cena. He cares about the spotlight for himself. Bray talked about how much John Cena beating him at WrestleMania hurt him. They were talking about it in a very meta way, not as two wrestlers where the best man had won, but as two performers who were following creative decisions that had negatively impacted one of them. It was really fascinating to watch that line be drawn and not disrupt the match that was being built now. If anything, add to the match that was being built now. It was announced that, much like SmackDown and Raw had been, that WrestleMania was also going to happen in front of no audience at the Performance Center. The Fiend versus John Cena was announced as a Firefly Funhouse match, though no one had any idea what a Firefly Funhouse match even was. It was not a great time watching WWE in March and April of 2020, though that was no fault of the WWE. It was a very weird time. But the Firefly Funhouse match, as unconventional as it was, is one of my favorite John Cena matches ever. It pushed the boundaries of how professional wrestling can be defined. It was less of a match and more of a full cinematic experience. The match started with John Cena making his entrance, as every other superstar did, into an empty performance center. He looked at the camera, as he had done a million times, and began to shout, "Welcome to WrestleMania!" as it cut to broken footage and melting film of a young Vince McMahon, I think at WrestleMania 3, saying the exact same thing. We suddenly, through all the film jittering, were brought into the Firefly Funhouse. Bray Wyatt introduced it as a place where we take a deep look into John Cena, where John would face his most dangerous opponent yet, himself. Cena appeared in the funhouse and Bray was gone. John went through the door that Bray had gone through, and suddenly he was in a dark room with a Vince McMahon puppet that had devil horns. And the Vince McMahon puppet was cutting the Ruthless Aggression promo on John Cena, word for word. Suddenly, Bray Wyatt was in a ring, in a dark room, and he was cutting Kurt Angle's 2002 promo when John Cena appeared in his old school bike shorts gear that he had debuted in on SmackDown, walking in front of the 2002 SmackDown fist from the entryway. When it got to the part where he shouts Ruthless Aggression and swings, John Cena did just that as he had done to Kurt Angle. But Bray ducks. Bray starts wondering out loud, who thought this was going to work? As Cena keeps repeating the phrase, Ruthless Aggression, swinging and missing Bray. Ruthless Aggression, swinging and missing Bray. This was a callback to John's first failure, and how even when it was working on the very first night, there was nothing behind the original SmackDown promo that he cut. Bray started singing Nikki Bella's theme song, You Can Look But You Can't Touch, a relationship that had not panned out the way that I'm sure John Cena had hoped when he proposed in such a public fashion. But he just kept shouting, Ruthless Aggression, and missing Bray. Finally, John and Bray got out of the ring, and the Vince puppet was seen at the Firefly Funhouse announce table doing commentary with Mercy the Buzzard, Mercy being dressed as Vince McMahon's former broadcasting partner, Macho Man Randy Savage. Bray Wyatt and John Cena, now being called Johnny Large Meat, started doing a promo behind the bars of the original blue WWE steel cage. This promo was based on the stars of the 80s. The Saturday Night's Main Event flag was behind them, and clips of the old Saturday Night's Main Event intro was playing. John was feverishly lifting weights, doing these bicep curls. Bray and John were both shouting about how great John's body was, but there was no foundation to it. Look at those muscles. Look at this body. But that's it. John kept pumping the weights and pumping the weights until he couldn't move his arms anymore. He was all sizzle and no steak. He had the body. He had the physique, but he couldn't work. He couldn't wrestle. Bray watched with satisfaction as he pointed out John's egomania. And the Vince puppet started shouting, Damn it, keep your hands up. John was then hurled into a basic thugonomics performance. He started rapping, getting very personal, making a lot of jokes about male anatomy. Bray Wyatt started calling John Cena a horrible person and a bully, making fun of people's weaknesses, doing anything for fame, pointing those weaknesses out to make you look stronger. When Bray got deep and personal, John couldn't break. Bray was pointing out how very flawed the foundation of the John Cena character was. And all John Cena could do was rap some more and shout a D's nuts joke. A commentary on what I think was the shallowness of the character and the foundation of a flawed John Cena. Bray knocked out John Cena with a chain-wrapped fist. And he became old school Bray Wyatt, sitting in his rocking chair in the swamp, asking why, if Cena was a man of the people, why he didn't listen when the people wanted Bray. Bray then called WrestleMania 30 his grandest and greatest failure. Now old school Bray Wyatt was in the ring with John Cena, who had switched into his gear from WrestleMania 30. Bray once again offered John Cena the chair that Bray had offered him at WrestleMania 30. This time, John swung the chair at Bray as hard as he could, and Bray disappeared. As John looked on, scared and confused, a WCW Nitro intro started playing. Bray was now in an NWO t-shirt with a leather jacket, and he was cutting an Eric Bischoff promo, introducing John Cena. John came out of the old WCW Nitro entranceway with an NWO shirt and a hat on. He played air guitar on an NWO painted WCW championship belt the same way Hollywood Hogan had done it. I took this as another of John's insecurities. Hogan had turned heel, and he had rejuvenated his entire career. He had a whole second run because of it. This was the one thing John never did. He never became the cool heel. He never went NWO. He never went Hollywood Hogan. The Vince puppet yelled, "This is such good shit," which was a quote from a Jon Moxley interview that he had done explaining why he had left WWE at the time. He attributed that quote to Mr. McMahon, Vince McMahon, publicly. NWO, John Cena, and Bray Wyatt, and Eazy-E, Bray Wyatt, too sweet at each other. Then, John embraced being a heel. He started attacking Bray with rage, while images of everyone that ever beat John flashed before the camera. Of course, if John had hit Bray with that chair at WrestleMania 30, it would have put him on a path that he was being shown now in the Firefly Funhouse. Somehow, as John was punching, he morphed back into his jorts, and Bray morphed into the Huskus the Pig Boy puppet, which was based on one of Bray's insecurities that John had mentioned previously. John couldn't believe what he'd done. John's own insecurities had been shown to him, and they broke him. Just like that, as John was looking on broken, being forced way out of who he thought he was and what he claimed his character was, the Fiend appeared, and he put John in the mandible claw. And before taking John Cena out one last time, John's own words echoed through. This WrestleMania match was going to accomplish what should have been accomplished 6 years ago, ending the existence of the most overhyped, overvalued, overprivileged WWE superstar in existence. John's words about Bray became John's words about himself. The Fiend covered Cena, and Bray somehow counted 3. The Fiend had defeated John Cena and exposed every flaw and insecurity that the John Cena character had. Honestly, the first time I watched this and afterwards, I wondered if that might be the retirement match for John Cena. It was a thing of absolute beauty. As a matter of fact, I thought about that for a while, because it would actually be over a year before we saw John Cena again. WrestleMania 37 ended up being the first WrestleMania that he missed because of pandemic protocols that wouldn't allow him to leave the set of Peacemaker to make an appearance at WrestleMania without an elongated quarantine period on the back end of it, which they couldn't do. In fact, it wasn't until Money in the Bank 2021 that Cena finally returned. At the end of the pay-per-view, he returned to confront WWE Universal Champion, the head of the table, Roman Reigns. I love this, man. After beating Edge at Money in the Bank, Roman Reigns held the title and asked for acknowledgement. Just as he was finishing, John Cena's music hit. All this time later, John was here and out he came. The arena went wild. It had been 15 months since we had seen John Cena, and the immediate implication was that he wasn't simply back to cut a promo. He was back to test the most dominant WWE champion the company had seen in decades, Roman Reigns. John was on Raw the next night and said both the fans and Roman Reigns brought John Cena back to WWE. John was looking to take the WWE Universal Championship from Roman Reigns at SummerSlam, mainly because Roman Reigns needed to be humbled. The Roman reign, he thought, had gone on long enough. Roman called John a nostalgia act. At first, he turned down John Cena's request for a SummerSlam match. Finn Balor came out and challenged Roman Reigns, which Roman accepted. At the contract signing between Finn Balor and Roman Reigns, right before Balor could sign the contract, Baron Corbin attacked Finn Balor. At this point, Corbin was hard up. He had become bum-ass Corbin. So he was trying to get ahead however he could. Baron Corbin tried to sign the contract himself to make the money to get into the main event of SummerSlam until John Cena came out and attacked Baron Corbin as Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman just sat there looking on. With the contract on the ground that Baron Corbin had dropped, John Cena signed it himself, which I haven't gone to law school, but apparently that's how contracts work. The match, regardless, was indeed made for SummerSlam. John Cena versus Roman Reigns. This was such a different match than the one that had happened a few years ago. Roman Reigns was not proving himself to John. Roman Reigns was the hottest act in the company. Roman asked John to hit him this time, verbally. John said he doesn't need to do that. All he needed to do was pin Roman Reigns. Roman and John had a heated promo exchange. Nikki Bella came up. John Cena burying opponents came up. Roman being protected came up, as did Roman's teeth. Dean Ambrose was referenced. And maybe most importantly, John Cena brought up that if he beat Roman Reigns at SummerSlam, and all he'd need to do is survive, then pin Roman Reigns to do it. If he could do that, he'd become the 17-time world champion, the first in history. And Roman Reigns would be a failure. This whole reign would simply be a trivia question to answer who did John Cena beat for the historic 17th world title reign. At the SummerSlam match, they both gave everything, surviving all they had for each other. After an AA off the second rope, Roman kicked out, and it was a spear from Roman Reigns that ended John Cena. John Cena was gone for almost another year after that. Another WrestleMania went by. In 2022, he returned for Raw on June 27th to celebrate the 20th anniversary since his debut. He was congratulated and welcomed by the roster, including R-Truth, who was decked out in full John Cena merch. He had a confrontation with Austin Theory, who was doing a selfie gimmick backstage, which would be foreshadowing, as well as a whole bunch of other people. Then John Cena came to the ring and basically had the entire roster around him. Ultimately, he just hit the ring to say thank you to the WWE audience. He said he's not done and has more than one match left in him, but he didn't know when that would be. I remember hoping that this appearance was going to lead to the next story, but it didn't. It was just a night to say thank you to John Cena. In December of 2022, while Roman Reigns was involved in a rivalry with Kevin Owens, John Cena sent in a pre-tape promo. He said that 2022 was the first year since his debut in 2002 that he hadn't had a match in the WWE. But that was going to change after a text message that he had got from Kevin Owens. On the very last SmackDown, talk about right to the wire, on the very last SmackDown of 2022, Kevin Owens, wearing his classic KO shirt, the one that he had worn when he first confronted John Cena, teamed with Cena against Sami Zayn and Roman Reigns. In the end, after Sami and Roman took simultaneous 5-knuckle shuffles from Cena and Kevin Owens, John Cena AA'd Roman Reigns, and Kevin Owens hit a stunner on Sami Zayn. John and Kevin had won the match after Kevin Owens pinned Sami Zayn. And John Cena had wrestled at least one match every year since he had started in WWE. The next year, once WrestleMania time rolled around, Austin Theory made a challenge. He wanted to make a name for himself. As United States champion, Austin Theory wanted to face John Cena at WrestleMania. John Cena came back to answer Austin Theory's challenge. Theory had acknowledged that he had become a WWE superstar because of John Cena, that John Cena had been his favorite and his inspiration as a kid. The polarized crowds were a thing of the past now. They were completely gone. Every person in the audience was overjoyed to see John Cena, and they all chanted his name. John Cena went into guardian of the future of the business mode, as he had done for Roman Reigns and others that had come before Austin Theory. But he told Theory he'd been watching him and that he didn't care. Cena told Austin Theory that both he and the audience did not care about Austin Theory because they didn't believe him. John told Austin that Austin didn't believe Austin. Cena pointed out that Austin Theory was completely generic, nothing to him. Cena said that quite frankly, he was the ghost of Christmas future for Austin Theory. That right now, Austin Theory was basically John Cena in his ruthless aggression phase. The phase where John Cena was almost fired. I mean, it was brutal, unconventional, to say the least. Cena told Theory straight up that the audience didn't believe in him and that no one cares. John Cena said he wouldn't accept Austin Theory's challenge, and Theory made fun of John Cena's bald spot. Cena responded to the bald spot comment by bringing up the piped-in crowd noise that Austin Theory had been given for his matches. I mean, it was brutal. Cena decided to accept Theory's challenge, but said it was a terrible idea. John said if he won, Austin Theory would lose everything. Then John said if he lost, Austin Theory would still lose everything because John wouldn't be there the Monday after WrestleMania, and that Austin Theory would buckle under the pressure of the crowd. After missing the 2 previous WrestleManias, John Cena was back, opening WrestleMania 39 to an absolutely thunderous ovation. He hit the stage for his entrance with a ton of kids from Make-A-Wish, which was incredible. Theory tapped out to the STF during the match, but the referee had been knocked out. Theory got John Cena with a low blow and then hit him with an 8-count down, and that was it. Austin Theory beat John Cena in what was called the biggest win in Austin Theory's career. But seeing John Cena wrestle again at WrestleMania really was the headline for most of the people in the audience. However, at this point, that victory over John Cena would be big enough that years later we would still talk about that in reference to Austin Theory. A little later on that year, John Cena made a surprise appearance at Money in the Bank, which was in the UK. He came out, he put over the idea that WrestleMania should come to London, and then, to leave everybody happy, he gave Grayson Waller an attitude adjustment. He'd be gone again, and then in September, John Cena came back for a brief run. He returned to SmackDown, and he announced that he'd be the host of Payback. He was back for the fall. People loved John now. John was in this period where he brought back people's childhoods. He became the spirit of professional wrestling. At Payback, John Cena was not only the host, but he acted as the special guest referee for the LA Knight versus The Miz match. LA Knight won the match without really any help from the official, though The Miz was really annoyed about John Cena's participation. After the match, LA Knight shook John Cena's hand, but he did it reluctantly. LA Knight was the one that was reluctant, not John Cena. It was actually kind of a baller move. Cena ended up having a confrontation with The Rock on SmackDown during this run, which was a great, sort of respectful, welcome home, quick moment. A match was made for Fastlane, with John Cena and AJ Styles as a team facing Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa of the Bloodline. But after AJ Styles was injured, LA Knight, who John Cena had that interaction with, stepped up to take AJ Styles' place. It was a big moment for LA Knight, but Knight very much wanted to do things his own way. Jimmy Uso took the BFT, and LA Knight scored the pin for his team and got him a win. After the win, LA Knight shook John Cena's hand, again, a little trepidatiously, I would say, and then refused to allow John Cena to raise his arm. Instead, it was LA Knight that grabbed John Cena's arm and raised it for him. Cena, during this run, made an appearance in the corner of Carmelo Hayes on an absolutely massive, jam-packed episode of NXT. It was nuts, by the way, to see an episode of NXT that John Cena was on. He had never done it before. The last match of this run was John Cena against Solo Sikoa at Crown Jewel, one-on-one. John Cena would end up taking 9 Samoan spikes to the throat from Solo Sikoa and losing to Solo at the PLE. In 2024, John made a surprise appearance at Night 2 of WrestleMania 40. In the main event, Bloodline Rules, Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns, John Cena was part of the Avengers ending, taking out Solo Sikoa, only to take a rock bottom from The Rock. When Cody won the title, John was there to celebrate. I know you're probably wondering, did he wrestle? Yes, he did. The next night on Raw, John Cena kept his streak of wrestling every year alive by teaming with a then babyface Miz and R-Truth to beat Finn Balor, Dominic Mysterio, and JD McDonough in a moment that was really built for the Raw after WrestleMania. It was just fun. Then came Money in the Bank 2024. Trish Stratus was the host of the show and was welcomed by her native Toronto crowd. When she got out there, she announced that they had a surprise guest in Toronto at Money in the Bank, John Cena. John Cena hit the ring with a new shirt on. As the crowd went wild, you started to read it. And the shirt said, "The last time is now." Live, in front of that crowd in Toronto and the millions watching at home on live TV, John Cena announced his retirement. But he wasn't going to retire on that night. No. The announcement was that 2025 would be John Cena's last year wrestling. However, it wouldn't just be for one match. He said it was going to be for the full year. He said it would be all about history and all about opportunity, creating both. He said he was going to be there for the first Raw on Netflix. But he also said that he'd be there for the next Royal Rumble, and it would be his last. The next Elimination Chamber, the next SummerSlam, the next WrestleMania, all would be his last. He wanted to give as many people as he could one last chance before they actually couldn't see him. People had a kind of a difficult time understanding it at first. There were a lot of people who thought that WrestleMania would be his last match because it only made sense, but John Cena was doing something that had never been done before. He was doing something completely different. He was doing the entire year, January to December, before he said goodbye. And when he was leaving, he promised he was absolutely leaving, like no wrestler had done before. It was a massive, massive announcement. The idea of WWE without John Cena was jarring, but the idea of having a year and having a year full of John Cena gave all of us so much to speculate on, so much to fantasy book. John acknowledged that his win-loss record recently had not been the best, and therefore everything on this retirement tour, well, it would have to be earned. Cena did indeed show up for the first Raw on Netflix with his first set of exclusive gear dedicated to the town that he was in. John cut a promo on the show talking about how difficult it was going to be for him to get his 17th World Championship, maybe impossible. Then, all of a sudden, he realized, wait a second, he could win the Royal Rumble. So right there he declared that he was entering the 2025 Royal Rumble match. He, however, did not win the Royal Rumble. No. Logan Paul, Jey Uso, and John Cena were the final three in the match. Then it broke down to a final two, John Cena and Jey Uso. The two were on the apron of the ring after both had gone over the top rope. As they fought on the apron, Cena picked Jey up onto his shoulders into a kind of an AA position, but Jey rolled off his back and landed back in the ring. Then he just shoved John Cena from behind, and that was it. A shove that knocked John Cena off the apron, and Jey Uso won the Royal Rumble. Fans were shocked. Some questioned the decision, but Cena got in the ring, and he raised Jey's arm. At the press conference after the show, John Cena showed up and announced that he would be entering himself into the Elimination Chamber match because he wanted to wrestle for the championship at WrestleMania. And that's what was best for business, so that's what he'd be doing. It was an odd thing to do. as everyone else had to win a qualifying match to get into the Elimination Chamber, but at that point, no matter. John Cena's third appearance on his retirement tour was back in the city where he first announced it was happening, Toronto. Cena went to the Elimination Chamber match to face CM Punk, Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre, Damian Priest, and Logan Paul, with the winner getting the WWE title match with Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania, as Jey Uso had already picked Gunther in the World Heavyweight title. On the way to the chamber, the final boss popped up again. The Rock had said that his desires had evolved. While last year, The Rock resented Cody Rhodes being champion, he no longer wanted to take the title away from Cody Rhodes. After all, he had one of his own. He had the People's Championship. No. Now, The Rock, the final boss, he wanted something different. The Rock was ready to make every one of Cody's dreams come true. All that he wanted was Cody's soul. And he was giving Cody Rhodes until the Elimination Chamber to decide whether or not The Rock could have Cody's soul. This was intriguing, to say the least. And also, no one really knew what it meant. John won the Elimination Chamber match, last eliminating CM Punk. The Cena celebration was awesome. As Cena was in the ring, realizing he was finally going to the main event of WrestleMania again. His first WrestleMania main event since he had beaten The Rock at 29, by the way. Cody Rhodes came out. Cody pointed to John. John told Cody how much he respected him. This was all off mic. John was excited to have the match and was almost cartoonishly enthused with the idea that it was going to happen. Cody Rhodes and John Cena shook hands. And just as they did, the final boss appeared. The only difference was, for some reason, this time the final boss was with music superstar Travis Scott. Travis had previously been a part of Jey Uso's entrance on the first Netflix Raw. Rock was in full final boss mode. Goosebumps on the arm, aura on aura on aura. He embraced Travis Scott as the two walked to the ring together. Some weird power dynamic at play. The Rock offered Cody his embrace. He said the only thing he needed was Cody's soul. Rock said if Cody says yes, then the American nightmare lives forever. But if Cody says no, then tonight the dream dies again. I mean, ouch, unnecessary. He's talking about his dad. That stung. Cody informed The Rock, he said, Rock, I want it all. And he said, my soul is no longer in my possession. And he said, but that's because I gave my soul to the ring and to these fans a long time ago. Cody Rhodes gave that forever quote, hey, Rock, go yourself. You can fill in the blank. Rock simply stood. It was tense. Maybe an air of disbelief, confusion. Are you sure you want to do that? Rock backed away. John Cena seemed to love what he was seeing. He hugged Cody Rhodes, and that's when the unthinkable happened. The Rock made a throat-cutting gesture to John Cena, and John went from happy to serious in an instant. John stepped away and he low-blowed Cody Rhodes. The unthinkable had happened for the first time in 20 years. John Cena turned heel. John put a beating on Cody. He wrapped Cody's Rolex that had been given to him after WrestleMania 40, the one that his dad had pawned. He wrapped that Rolex around his fingers and he knocked Cody down, punching him across the face with it. He hit him with the mic. John hit him with the championship belt, which we'd see a lot in the coming months. They drew blood. They ripped Cody's shirt. Travis Scott hit Cody way too hard in the ear. The Rock whipped Cody with a weight belt, as he'd done before WrestleMania 40. The Elimination Chamber pay-per-view closed with a picture that had previously been unfathomable. The Rock, John Cena and Travis Scott stood together as a trifecta of absolute evil. There was so much speculation about heel Cena. Would his look be different? His music? He came back when WWE was in Brussels, Belgium for Monday Night Raw. His music played, the Tron was decorated in his farewell to Belgium colors, but he was booed like crazy. He didn't interact with the crowd at all. He looked serious, stoic even, as he walked to the ring. He stood in the ring accepting the energy of the crowd. John Cena assured the audience that as someone who was properly grounded, he did not have to look outside of himself for approval. John Cena unleashed on the audience, calling the audience hurtful and abusive. He said the audience had been bullying him, but now John was ending their toxic relationship. He said he wasn't a babyface. He said he wasn't a heel. He was a human being. And the audience had been awful to him. John said that they hated him no matter what he had done. Even as he fought so hard to win and win and win just to gain their approval, they hated him even more. From a character perspective, this was true. He said that he wasn't giving the audience a new look. He said he wasn't giving the audience new music. He said this was him. And he was doing things for himself. He was not doing things for the audience anymore. John Cena was even upset at the Let's Go Cena fans. He said they were stealing his time. He said they were objectifying him. He said they were making him the butt of a "you can't see me" invisible joke that isn't funny. He said that everyone in the audience that had been cheering him was toxic and dysfunctional, including one specific kid in the audience that he pointed to. This was the Belgium kid, looking on in John Cena merch with a befuddled look on his face, wondering why his hero had pointed him out, like Wonka did when Augustus Gloop was eating all that chocolate. Honestly, I kind of think the Belgium kid should have been Time Magazine's Person of the Year for 2025. Say what you want about the John Cena heel turn. Belgium kid is forever. Cody Rhodes came out after the Belgium kid incident to confront John Cena. The Brussels crowd not only went wild, they sang his name, Cody Rhodes. Cody said this version of John Cena better not be the one that showed up at WrestleMania, because this version of John Cena is going to get run over. And with that, Cody walked out. Cena broke up with the fans. John was playing on the idea that the audience had mistreated him, and it wasn't a bad idea. John having to change himself for approval and still getting booed was true. The idea that the audience finally appreciated Cena, but Cena was now resentful of it, I thought was a great spin. The only disconnect, even then, was that The Rock was not mentioned. Travis Scott was not mentioned. Neither Cody nor Cena's souls were mentioned. In a vacuum, it was a very good segment. There was logic behind the heel turn, just not behind the method that got us to the heel turn. The next week in Glasgow, John Cena would come out in a similar way in his Glasgow gear, but he was reprimanding the audience again. He was using therapy language. This was the promo where he announced that his plan was to ruin wrestling. He said that he learned how important the championship was to the fans when he introduced the spinner title. That redesign, the spinner title, everybody hated it. He said that the audience said it made them feel like the championship was a toy. And he said he learned from that. He said by becoming WWE champion, he would not only break their hero Ric Flair's record, but he would leave with the championship. Thus, WWE would be left to do nothing. They'd have no other option but to make a new championship belt and declare a new champion. And much like the audience had felt about the spinner, that belt would be a toy. He said this would ruin wrestling. and that he would be the last real champion, the lineage that Bruno Sammartino had had, and Hulk Hogan and Roman Reigns. He would take that with him. Cody Rhodes came out to inform Cena that John wouldn't be able to take the title away from the audience if John couldn't take it from him. Cody and John met in the ring once more the following week on Monday Night Raw in London, England. Cody tried to go the Eminem 8 Mile route and roast himself before John Cena could. Cena responded by saying that he is so great that the WWE put Cena's chauffeur in Cena's spot. John said that Cody is only successful based on John Cena's blueprint, which he learned by driving John Cena. He called Cody a sociopathic Nepo baby that has his gimmick tattooed on him, which is more sociopathic for John Cena to see somebody that like came up with him now made good and he resents that. That's sociopathy. But you know, Cena said that he was a chosen one. But Cody had said that he was a chosen one, but that he was chosen by the fans, unlike Cena, who was chosen by a guy in an office that we don't talk about anymore. Then Cody finally brought up the elephant in the room. He asked between the two of them, who had sold out to The Rock? John responded with maybe the best line of his entire retirement run. He looked at Cody Rhodes and he said, "I make empires for billionaires. All you've ever done is steal money from their kids." I loved it. John went for Cody and Cody dropped him with a crossroads. The back and forth was great. The line was great, but there was still no clarity on the selling out to The Rock business. 3 weeks later, when Cody and John met in Las Vegas at SmackDown before WrestleMania, the audience was telling a different story than they'd been telling in Europe. Whether it was because time had passed since the Chamber pay-per-view, whether it was because the Cena-Rock connection still had not been made clear, whether it was just because people were excited to see John Cena headline another WrestleMania, John was not rained out by boos, not at all. In fact, John was cheered by a pretty significant percentage of the audience, and that percentage grew as the segment went on. 2 days before their match, for the first time since Cena had turned, Cody Rhodes was getting booed. Kind of a lot. It was very OG John Cena, to tell you the truth. In the promo, Cena said Cody would lose because Cody cared about doing right by the people. Cody did win them back with his promo, by the way. They stopped booing by the end of Cody's promo, which was really, an amazing thing to witness. Cody started bringing up John Cena looking older in his face and his body. Started bringing up John Cena getting naked at the Oscars to impress Hollywood. And of course, those "you can't wrestle" chants, which a big part of the John Cena heel character was "you can't wrestle," was still the one chant that bothered him. Cena brought The Rock up again. He said that he knew that he couldn't beat Cody after the Elimination Chamber. But when Cody did what was right by the fans, instead of guaranteeing a win via The Rock, John knew that he could and would beat Cody. The question was, would Cody do what the audience thought was right, or would Cody win? This was key because it was the beginning of starting to explain what that Elimination Chamber segment was about. Cody ended things by escaping an AA from John Cena and hitting another crossroads on him. The Rock connection had finally been addressed, but loosely. It felt a little bit retconny, but it was something. WrestleMania was the first time John Cena would come to the ring with the Tron, ramp, and all the video screens completely blacked out with just John Cena in a generic white font written on there. John's last WrestleMania entrance was a stroll to the ring with no crowd interaction whatsoever. The match had a slower pace than the one that people had expected. John, in character, was not wrestling for fan approval, and he didn't get it. At one point in the match, the referee went down. Cody hit a crossroads, but no one was there to count. Cody kicked out of multiple AAs, including one that was followed by 2 hits to an exposed turnbuckle. All of a sudden, Travis Scott's music played, and he began walking to the ring. John Cena was laughing in the ring, not being clear as to whether or not he knew this was going to happen, whether or not he had planned this. And the audience started cheering. But I think the audience cheered because they thought that The Rock was going to be with Travis. They'd used that same music in conjunction with the Final Boss music. They didn't think in a million years it would only be Travis Scott. But it was just Travis Scott slowly walking to the ring. Michael Cole wondered if Travis Scott was there because The Rock told him to be there, trying to add some foundation there for wrestling fans. When Travis finally made his way to the ring, Cody was able to cover John Cena after Crossroads, but Travis Scott pulled the referee out of the ring. With no referee, Travis got in the ring and for some reason thought that he was going to take out Cody Rhodes, but he missed the slap and Cody hit Travis Scott with a Crossroads, a receipt for what Travis had done in Toronto. Cody scooped Travis Scott out of the ring. And then when he got the opportunity, he refused to hit John Cena with the WWE Championship, as John Cena had predicted that he would. Then, John Cena hit Cody with the title. And the ref got back in the ring and counted 3. Cody Rhodes lost the WWE Championship to John Cena. John Cena's 17th world title win. It didn't come off great, but maybe that was intentional. John got his 17th title, but the general consensus was it wasn't the best way to do it, and Travis Scott was not the spectacle that people wanted. When John Cena held the title up, fans cheered, really showcasing that regardless of the story, people just wanted to cheer for John Cena. This was the moment that they wanted to see. On Raw the next night, even with John Cena wearing Travis Scott sneakers, people were still happy to see John as champion. They cheered him. This is when he had the ring announcer do his never seen 17 ring announcement for the very first time. John cut a promo about how fans should treat him like they treat their children or they treat their spouses. It was pretty unhinged. The crowd started chanting, "We are sorry," but Cena wasn't having it. He said, "You are sorry. You're the sorriest bunch of people I've ever seen." John had the Tron light up with the 27 dates that he had left on his contract, and then said he was leaving with the title. He said he was ruining wrestling. He said he was going to have to be here 27 more times, but he didn't have to wrestle. All he had to do was appear. John said he would do one thing for everybody, though. He would set up a photo op for the fans to take his picture while he held up the title in the ring. And just as he was doing that, Randy Orton showed up from behind and RKO'd John Cena. That Friday, John Cena showed up on SmackDown and went face-to-face with arguably the greatest rival of his career, Randy Orton. Randy took up for the fans. John went back into therapy talk. John agreed that a match with Randy for the title should happen, but that it should happen at Backlash, because Backlash was in Randy Orton's hometown of St. Louis. John Cena versus Randy Orton was, up until that point, the best of the Cena retirement run. It was a lot of fun. In the end, after multiple ref bumps, Randy Orton got ready to punt John Cena. R-Truth stopped Randy from punting Truth's hero, Cena, which was the distraction that allowed Cena to hit a low blow, hit a belt hit, and get the referee back in the ring. John Cena was able to pin Randy Orton. After the match, at the press conference, R-Truth tried to talk to John Cena, tried to talk some sense into him. But John Cena, without even speaking to him, picked up R-Truth and AA'd him through the press conference table. It led to a Saturday Night's Main Event match where R-Truth dressed as John Cena, and John beat Ron Cena after a low blow and an AA. John would pop up later on Saturday Night's Main Event to interfere in the Logan Paul Jey Uso World Heavyweight title match, where Cody would make the save from John. In an effort to continue his bad guy ways, Cena would point out how much talent Logan Paul had, a guaranteed heel. Cena would talk about there being one title left after he was gone, the World Heavyweight title, and that he wanted that title on Logan Paul. A tag team match was made for Money in the Bank, where John Cena and Logan Paul would face Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso, Ultimate Bad Guy team versus Ultimate Good Guy team. It had been announced before the Money in the Bank PLE that R-Truth's contract with the WWE was going to be allowed to expire. Fans revolted at this news. And in a shocking turn, R-Truth returned at the Money in the Bank PLE to help Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso win the the tag match, not the title match. John Cena the next night talked about how the fans had wasted their breath bringing back this comedy act, R-Truth. He said that everyone that they have cheered for, John had taken care of them. He had gotten rid of them. Then we heard the familiar chords of Cult of Personality begin to play. That was a wrestler that every fan had cheered for, that John Cena had not been able to do that to. It was a moment that many of us were waiting for. The CM Punk-John Cena rivalry was reignited. CM Punk asked for one of John Cena's dates for a championship match, and John Cena gave him Saudi Arabia. Night of Champions would be where he would defend the title against CM Punk. As Punk and Cena were having their promo showdowns, Truth kept jumping John Cena. R-Truth and John Cena settled it with a match on SmackDown that ended in a disqualification after John Cena hit R-Truth with the title belt. CM Punk ran in, but Cena was able to put CM Punk through a table. Then, John Cena grabbed a microphone. When CM Punk dropped his original pipe bomb way back in 2011, John Cena had been put through a table at the end of a match with R-Truth, thanks to Punk. Now, in another John Cena R-Truth match, Punk was the one put through a table. And John Cena decided it was time to drop his own pipe bomb. As John Cena started talking, all the verbiage was so familiar. I don't hate you. I actually like you. I hate this idea of you. Look at me, I'm breaking the fourth wall. Cena mentioned Claudio Castagnoli, Matt Cardona, Nick Nemeth. It was so well done. And the more you listen, the more you realized what John was doing. He was cutting CM Punk's pipe bomb promo to show him that even at his best, Cena could do it better. This was Cena's best promo, at least since the build to WrestleMania, maybe since the Belgium Kid. John Cena took credit for giving CM Punk the stage for the pipe bomb to even happen, and then said all CM Punk has done since the pipe bomb was the microphone 5 moves of doom. CM Punk responded the only way that he could after that. On the night before Night of Champions, John Cena hit the ring, but was interrupted by the doctor of Punkonomics. Well, ladies and just as John Cena had parodied CM Punk's best, CM Punk was parodying John Cena's best. The Word Life music hit, and CM Punk came out with a throwback jersey, jorts, and a chain with a lock on it. It could have crashed and burned, honestly, but it was fantastic. With Word Life knuckles that read drug-free, CM Punk put down a freestyle full of sick burns and inside wrestling digs that only the doctor of Thugonomics could have pulled off. I loved it. Punk and Cena had an awesome match at Night of Champions. It was starting to be the matches that we actually wanted to see from this John Cena retirement tour. Punk wore the same colors that he had worn at Money in the Bank in 2011. This was the first match on the tour where it felt like John Cena and his opponent were trying to give the fans something special, something memorable. They were trying to give us a kiss goodbye. The Vision ended up interfering in the match, but John Cena, interestingly, got offended when it appeared that Seth Rollins was going to cash in his Money in the Bank briefcase. John Cena was not going to side with a heel if it meant that he wasn't going to get to leave with the WWE Championship. It was an insane mess at the end with Punk and Cena and Rollins and Breakker and Bronson and Penta and a ton of people all over the ring while the ref was down. But when the ref got back up, Cena was able to sneak in a pin and beat CM Punk. After Night of Champions, Cody Rhodes was awarded a rematch with John Cena at SummerSlam. The two had a contract signing where John said, unfortunately, he had some bad news. He wasn't going to make SummerSlam. It was because he was exhausted and he was filming a big movie, but told Cody, don't worry, we're going to have our rematch at a later date. Maybe we'll do it in Paris, maybe after that, but don't worry, we'll have our rematch. For me, this played really well on two different levels. One, it was the sort of stereotypical celebrity Hollywood excuse, suffering from exhaustion, quote unquote. But on another level, to me, the sort of, we're not going to do it now, but don't worry, we'll do it later, reflected on that moment where The Rock almost took away Cody Rhodes' main event at WrestleMania 40, almost testing Cody to see if I can do this to you. Regardless of why or what the thinking was, Cody beat the hell out of John Cena. He hit John Cena with the title, a move that he wasn't able to make at WrestleMania. While John Cena was laid out, he put John Cena on the contract signing table, and then Cody went to the top and dove on top of John, putting him right through the furniture. Cody then took John Cena's hand and signed the contract for him. Another instance of, I would say, shaky legality at best. Cody then announced, read the fine print. This isn't just a match. It's a street fight. On the SmackDown before SummerSlam, John Cena came back. By now, fans were back to just going absolutely nuts for him. They were cheering him. For better or worse, nobody was taking his heel turn seriously at this point. On this night, though, John did something interesting. He put the title on his shoulder for all to see instead of wearing it backwards around his waist. He said Cody had forged his signature on the contract for SummerSlam and that John Cena wanted to thank him for it. What? John Cena said the attack from Cody Rhodes was the exact boot in the ass that he needed. He said that now he realized that he gave up the reputation that he had worked so hard to build when he chased false glory, buying into someone else's crazy idea to make shocking TV. He owned the fact that he went along with it, but in the most meta of meta moments, as part of a story being told, chalked up his ill-fated heel run to a poorly thought out idea for a big moment. He said when the dust settled, that the people that were supposed to be on his team left him and left him alone, trying to be something that he is not. Just like that, with a simple explanation and a little bit of accountability, John Cena's heel turn was over. He didn't want to ruin wrestling. He wanted to retire as champion so that his fans didn't forget about him. The sudden impact of this promo left so many people wondering if it was legit. How could it be? How could the heel turn be done that quick in a single promo? That was it? Yes, that was it. At SummerSlam, his blacked out Tron instantly shifted into the same bright colors of the t-shirt that he was wearing when his music kicked in. And the sound that the audience made answered any question as to whether or not he was able to stop this heel turn that quickly. He was able to do it because everybody was thrilled to see the old John Cena back. John's street fight with Cody Rhodes was babyface versus babyface, and it was the best match that John Cena had had in many years up until that point. It was everything we wanted the WrestleMania match to be. And in the end, Cody Rhodes beat John Cena, Cody winning his title back. John raised Cody's arm and passed the torch in that moment. No turn, no beatdown, no chicanery, just a legit, you're the man now, dog. Cody was the champ, deservedly so, and Cody was the man. As John Cena then stood in the ring, alone, looking around at the crowd, taking in the journey that they had all been on together, realizing that the heel run was over, realizing that we just saw the end of what would surely be his last run as WWE champion, something shocking happened. Brock Lesnar's music played. Just as it had the night after WrestleMania 28. Brock Lesnar's music shocked the world as he unexpectedly walked to the ring, got in, and F5'd John Cena. John Cena showed up to SmackDown after SummerSlam, regardless of any of it, ready for a fight. Ready to start the Cena tour that we wanted. Babyface Cena having dream matches and issuing a challenge to the locker room. Logan Paul was the first to answer his challenge. That night, Cody Rhodes and John Cena as a team faced Drew McIntyre and Logan Paul in a tag match that ended after Logan Paul low-blowed John Cena and caught a disqualification. And then also Drew McIntyre kicked Cody Rhodes' head through a commentary table. Logan and John would continue their rivalry, with Logan pointing out John's hypocrisies based on everything that Cena had been saying throughout the year. Cena pointed out that Logan was in the WWE for the wrong reasons. John Cena so fittingly called Logan Paul not an outsider, but a parasite on wrestling. And there's only one place for a parasite to go. Paris. I just like that one for me. At Clash in Paris, John and Logan Paul, they had a fantastic match. John ran at Logan Paul's pace, and Logan Paul came out looking so much better, even after a loss to the GOAT. It was phenomenal. The level of appreciation was through the roof for John Cena going into the fall. On his final SmackDown, Sami Zayn offered John Cena an open challenge to pay his original one forward. It was a great match between John Cena and Sami Zayn, but the match ended when Brock Lesnar reappeared, dropping both superstars with an F5. In a match that was not the most beloved by fans, but only the future will tell us what kind of fruit it bear. John Cena faced Brock Lesnar at WWE's newest PLE, their premier ESPN show, WrestlePalooza. In his retirement year, John Cena was a part of both the Netflix and ESPN launch of WWE. 2025 was a wild time. Brock Lesnar destroyed John Cena at WrestlePalooza just as he had done in 2014. It was uncomfortable. Multiple suplexes, multiple F5s, and that was it. John Cena lost. It was a bummer. One can only assume it was done to create a monster that Brock Lesnar is going to be going into 2026. A match between John Cena and AJ Styles was made on Twitter for Crown Jewel. Even without promos leading to this match, it was probably the best of John Cena's entire retirement run. Cena did the many moves from many of his great WWE opponents. AJ Styles did many moves from many of his great TNA opponents. AJ Styles even wore gear that matched what he had worn in TNA when this was a fantasy match. John Cena beat AJ Styles in a match that was called a love letter to wrestling, when it really, really was. I mean, you can't be a wrestling fan and not get incredibly emotional watching this match. It was perfect. It was perfection. Just a note, by the way, go back to the greatest wrestling match of all time between Randy Orton and Edge if you want to see the OG love letter to wrestling. But John Cena and AJ is, I mean, it's a forever, forever match. When John Cena showed up to his last show in Boston, Triple H was there to honor him. They were interrupted by, of all people, Dirty Dominic Mysterio. So Triple H made a match for right there. Dominic Mysterio defending his Intercontinental Championship against John Cena. Hard to believe, but John Cena won the Intercontinental Championship for the first time 1 month and 3 days before his retirement. He celebrated with Boston after pinning Dominic Mysterio. The crowd had never been more on his side as he held up the Intercontinental Championship. The next week was John's last Monday Night Raw and his last show at Madison Square Garden. He, Rey Mysterio, and Sheamus beat Dominic Mysterio, Finn Balor, and JD McDonough in a feel-good six-man tag. Not only was this match just about fun, but it gave Rey Mysterio and Sheamus the opportunity to be involved in one of John Cena's last matches. John's final premium live event was Survivor Series in San Diego. After a genius false injury spot and a ref bump in his rematch for the Intercontinental Championship with Dominic Mysterio, Liv Morgan returned. She pretended to be on John Cena's side. She hugged John Cena. But then she made that serious face, just as John Cena had at the beginning of the year in Toronto. Liv Morgan backed away, low-blowed John Cena, and it was enough that Dominic Mysterio was able to win back his Intercontinental Championship from John Cena. John's last match in the WWE was decided by a 16-man tournament. Superstars from Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and elsewhere competed. John said in January that he wanted to create opportunities, and he did so for everyone in the tournament. Carmelo Hayes was able to capture fan momentum, far more so than he had had before the tournament. Solo Sikoa came across like an absolute beast for the first time in ages. LA Knight looked like an even bigger star than he had. Javon Evans proved that he could hang on the main roster. Zack Ryder and Dolph Ziggler both got one more moment in the WWE. But inevitably, it was Gunther that won the tournament. Saturday night's main event on December 13th, 2025 was headlined by John Cena versus Gunther. John promised this was the end. Gunther said he was going to make John Cena go against his own word, that Gunther was going to make John Cena give up. The two had a really good competitive match. Everyone watching in the building and at home wanted John Cena to win his last match. If anyone should, we thought, it was John Cena. Eventually, Gunther locked on the sleeper hold. Cena fought it. Gunther locked it on again. Cena fought it. Gunther locked it on and brought John Cena to the ground. John Cena had fought and fought and fought. In a moment, John realized that he had fought with all that he had. Not as a figure of speech, but literally. For 23 years, he did everything. No one fought harder. But he had finally made it to the end of the road. It was the last battle. It was time to say goodbye. And he had used all the fight in him. With a slight smile on his face, the realization crept in for John Cena that it was okay for this character to die. And John Cena tapped out. It was controversial and tragic, but at the same time, it was poetic. John Cena, the character that we watched be born in the world of pro wrestling, we watched die so that the industry could prosper, so that Brock Lesnar could headline next year, so that Gunther could be an unstoppable monster, so that Cody Rhodes could be the undeniable face of the company, so that Dominic Mysterio could be the sneakiest rat to ever exist. So tomorrow could be better. John Cena said goodbye today. And with that, John Cena called it a career. No one in the history of professional wrestling has had a run like this. No one has defined pro wrestling better, longer. There will never, ever be another John Cena. But there shouldn't be. There was never a John Cena before John. So why would there be a John Cena after John? In an instance where none of us wanted to say goodbye, the good news is that John Cena has left us with 23 years worth of hundreds and hundreds of matches full of hustle, loyalty, and respect. I hope you've enjoyed this look back as much as I've enjoyed talking about it. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. This has been a Not Sam Wrestling special series, the story of John Cena.